This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get nervous thinking about this, even though it's been almost 20 years. I've told this story to a few people, but most just dismiss it as childhood imagination or night terrors. I know what I experienced was real, though. I was only 4 years old when it started, back in 2004, but some memories stay with you forever, especially the ones that terrify you. We lived in a double-wide home in Pinecrest, a quiet suburb where nothing exciting ever happened. It was just me, my mom Rebecca, and occasionally my older half-siblings when they visited. I was always a good sleeper as a kid. My mom used to brag about how I would sleep through the night without any issues since I was a baby. That's why what happened was so strange and out of character. It started gradually. I began waking up at exactly 4 in the morning. Not 3:59, not 4:01, exactly 4 a.m. every single night. At first, it was just me waking up, looking at the glowing red numbers on my digital clock, feeling confused but not scared, then eventually falling back asleep. This went on for weeks. My mom didn't think much of it when I mentioned it. "It's just a phase, Lily," she'd say with that dismissive tone parents use when they don't want to deal with something. I remember her patting my head one morning at breakfast when I told her about waking up again. "All kids go through sleep issues. You'll grow out of it." But I didn't grow out of it. It got worse. Summer came, and my half-siblings stayed with us. I was always excited when they visited. We'd play video games until Mom forced us to go to bed. My sister slept in my room on the top bunk of our bunk bed. I had the bottom bunk, which I usually loved because it felt like a little cave. Looking back, I think having my sister there might have triggered whatever was happening to escalate. About 2 months into the 4 a.m. wakings, things changed. I remember that night so clearly. It was muggy, one of those summer nights where the sheets stick to your skin. I'd fallen asleep around 9 after Mom had come in twice to tell us to stop giggling and go to sleep. I woke up around 3, which was unusual. The house was completely silent. My sister's breathing above me was steady. I remember looking at my clock, 3:04 a.m., and feeling relieved it wasn't 4 yet. I rolled over and fell back asleep. Then it happened. I woke up suddenly, my whole body covered in cold sweat. The first thing I noticed was the sensation of falling, then my back hitting the mattress hard. The whole bed bounced from the impact. My blanket wasn't just pushed aside. It was completely thrown off the bed, crumpled on the floor several feet away. I was gasping for air like I'd been underwater. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I looked at my clock. 4:00 a.m. exactly. I lay there frozen, too terrified to move. It felt like I had been suspended in the air above my bed and then suddenly dropped. The sensation was so real, so physical, not like a dream at all. I wanted to call out to my mum, but my voice wouldn't work. I couldn't even cry. I just lay there, rigid with fear, until the sun started to peek through my curtains. At breakfast, I tried to explain what happened to my mum. "I was floating, Mum." Then I fell back on my bed really hard. She sipped her coffee and shrugged. "You were dreaming, Lily. People sometimes feel like they're falling when they're falling asleep. But my blanket was on the floor, and I hit the bed really hard." "You probably kicked it off, sweetie. You move around a lot in your sleep." I stopped trying to convince her after that. What was the point? But I knew what I felt, and it wasn't the last time. The floating and dropping started happening every few weeks. Always at exactly 4 a.m. I began to dread going to sleep. I would fight to stay awake, pretending to be interested in whatever boring show my mom was watching on TV, anything to avoid being in my bed when 4 a.m. came around. My sister noticed something was wrong. One morning after a particularly bad night, she found me huddled in the corner of my room, where I'd been sitting since 4 a.m., afraid to get back in bed. "What's wrong, Lily?" she asked, still groggy with sleep. "The bed made me float again," I whispered. She didn't laugh or tell me I was making things up. Instead, she sat with me and asked me to explain. I told her everything: the consistent 4 a.m. wakings, the sensation of being suspended in air, the hard drop back onto the mattress, always at exactly 4 a.m. "Has anything else weird happened?" she asked. I hadn't thought about it before, but now that she mentioned it, there were other things. My toys would sometimes be rearranged in the morning, not drastically, but enough that I noticed. The room would sometimes be ice cold, even on the hottest summer nights, and sometimes, right before the floating sensation, I'd hear what sounded like whispering, but could never make out the words. My sister suggested we set up a trap of sorts. She helped me arrange my stuffed animals in a specific pattern around my bed. "If they move during the night, we'll know something's happening," she said. That night, I went to bed feeling a little braver. My sister was in the bunk above me, and we had our stuffed animal sentinels standing guard. I fell asleep surprisingly quickly. I don't remember waking up at all that night, but in the morning, all my stuffed animals were piled in the corner of the room, as far from my bed as possible. My sister swore she didn't move them, and I believed her. She looked almost as scared as I felt. The incidents continued throughout that summer. Sometimes it would be the floating and dropping. Other times I'd wake up at 4 a.m. to find myself positioned differently in bed, feet where my head should be, or diagonally across the mattress. Once, I even woke up on the floor beside my bed. Though I had no history of sleepwalking, my mom continued to dismiss everything. "Kids have active imaginations," she'd tell my siblings when they tried to back up my stories. "Don't encourage her." But things escalated further. One night in August, about 4 months after it all began, I had the worst experience yet. I went to bed as usual, with my nightlight casting a soft glow across the room. I remember checking that my door was open. I always slept with it open after the incident started, feeling somehow safer being able to see the hallway. I woke up to that now familiar sensation of floating. But this time, I was fully awake as it happened. I could feel myself being lifted off the mattress, slowly rising until I was suspended about 2 feet above my bed. I couldn't move at all. Not my arms, not my legs, nothing. It was like I was paralyzed in mid-air. The room was freezing cold despite the summer heat. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. And then I heard it. A low humming sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The sound grew louder, and with it the pressure in the room increased. My ears popped like when you drive up a mountain. The digital clock on my nightstand flipped to 4:00, and immediately I dropped. The impact was harder than ever before. The entire bed frame shook, and I heard something crack underneath me. The sound stopped instantly. My blanket was gone again, this time wedged between the bed and the wall, as if it had been forcefully shoved there. I screamed then, finally able to make noise. My mom came running in, and for once, she couldn't dismiss what she saw. I was sobbing uncontrollably, and when she tried to comfort me, she noticed that one of the wooden slats supporting my mattress had cracked clean through. There was no way I could have done that by just moving around in my sleep. "What happened, Lily?" she asked, her voice shaking slightly. Between sobs, I told her everything again: the floating, the cold, the humming, the drop. This time, she didn't immediately dismiss me. She sat on the edge of my bed, looking around the room with new eyes. "Has this been happening a lot?" she asked quietly. I nodded, hiccuping through my tears. "Every night at 4. She stayed with me the rest of that night, and I slept peacefully in her arms. The next day, she called someone to check the house. An electrician, I think, though I was too young to really understand. He found nothing unusual. My mom even had someone from church come by to bless the house, though she never told me that's what was happening. I just remember the old man sprinkling water in all the corners and saying words I didn't understand. We moved out of that house 3 months later. My mom never said it was because of what was happening to me, but I knew. The night before we left, I woke up at 4 a.m. one last time. There was no floating that night, but I distinctly remember hearing what sounded like a child's laughter, faint but clear, coming from the corner of my room. When I looked, there was nothing there, but the temperature in that corner was so cold that I could see my breath when I exhaled. We never experienced anything like that in our new home. The 4 a.m. waking stopped. The floating stopped. Life went back to normal, and eventually my mom went back to thinking it had all been in my head. But I know what happened to me. To this day, I wake up sometimes, heart pounding, checking the clock to make sure it's not 4 a.m. I've never found an explanation for what targeted me in that house. Was it something supernatural? Was it tied to the house itself? Or to me? Why always at 4 a.m.? Why did it lift me from my bed? These questions have followed me into adulthood. I still sleep with a nightlight. I still can't have my bed positioned where I can't see the door, and I still, all these years later, feel a chill run down my spine whenever I happen to see a clock flip to 4:00. Story 2. I never thought I'd be sharing this. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type. It's been 3 years since that day in Bergen, and I still haven't found a way out. I used to be someone else before all this happened. Strong, confident. I had plans and dreams and the drive to achieve them. My friends used to joke that nothing could bring me down. I was the guy people came to when they needed strength. Not anymore. It started innocently enough. I was living in Bergen, Norway for work. I'm originally from Russia but had been in Scandinavia for a few years. I'd always been interested in local art scenes, so when I heard about this group of artists doing interesting work in the underground scene, I decided to check them out. The gallery was in this old converted warehouse near the harbor. It was the kind of place that tried too hard to be edgy. Exposed brick, minimal lighting, those uncomfortable metal chairs that are somehow supposed to be artistic, but their work was genuinely interesting. Abstract pieces that seemed to play with perception and reality. I remember feeling drawn to a particular painting, dark swirls that seemed to move if you stared long enough. That's when they approached me. 3 of them at first, 2 men and a woman. They seemed friendly, asked thoughtful questions about what I thought of the exhibition. They invited me to join them for drinks afterward to discuss art. Nothing seemed off about it, just artists wanting to connect with someone interested in their work. We went to this small bar nearby, dark, intimate. They ordered this local spirit I'd never tried before, sweet but with a bitter aftertaste. We talked about art, philosophy, perception. They seemed particularly interested in my background, my thoughts on consciousness, my beliefs. Looking back, they were probing, but at the time, it just felt like an engaging conversation. Before I left, the woman, Ingrid, she said her name was, gave me a small wooden token with a symbol carved into it. A gift, she said, for new friendships. I pocketed it without much thought. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing with fragmented thoughts that didn't feel like my own. I kept seeing flashes of the artwork, the symbol on the token, their faces. I figured it was just the drink or maybe excitement from connecting with interesting new people. The next morning, I woke up exhausted but went to work as usual. As I was going through emails, I suddenly heard a voice in my head, clear as day. "You're not good enough for this job." I physically turned around, thinking someone was behind me. Nobody was there. Throughout that day, the voices started, subtle at first, criticisms about my work, my appearance, my personality. I tried to shake it off as stress or lack of sleep, but it got worse. By evening, I couldn't focus on anything. The voices were constant now, sometimes whispering, sometimes shouting, and I started recognizing them. They were the voices of the people I'd met the night before. I tried calling the gallery to get contact information for the artists, but they claimed no exhibition had been held there the previous night. I described the people, the artwork. The gallery assistant said they had no record of such artists. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw their faces, but distorted, almost demonic. The voices kept telling me how weak I was, how pathetic. They started bringing up memories, embarrassing moments from my childhood, mistakes I'd made, insecurities I'd never told anyone about. Remember when you wet your bed at 10 years old? Everyone laughed at you. Your ex-girlfriend left because you weren't man enough. Your parents always preferred your brother. Things I'd never told anyone, things I'd forgotten myself, but they knew. Somehow, they knew everything. I called in sick to work the next day. I couldn't function. I tried listening to music. Heavy metal always used to center me when I was stressed, but as soon as I put on my favorite band, a splitting headache hit me like a truck. I switched to classical music, same thing. Any music that gave me joy or strength became physically painful to listen to. I tried reaching out to friends, but as soon as I picked up my phone to call anyone, my mind would go blank. I'd forget who I was trying to call or why. It was like someone was erasing my thoughts in real time. The worst part was the sleep deprivation. Every night for weeks, as soon as I'd start to drift off, they'd shock me awake with a terrifying image or a loud voice. I became desperate. I went to a doctor who prescribed sleeping pills. They didn't work. I tried stronger ones. Nothing. About a month in, I started noticing changes in how people treated me. Colleagues who used to respect me started talking over me in meetings. Friends became distant. Even strangers, cashiers, waiters, seemed to look at me with subtle disgust. It was as if the way these entities saw me was becoming how the world saw me. I knew I needed to fight back. I was a strong person. I tried meditation, tried mentally building walls against their intrusions. That's when the real pain started. Any resistance was met with what felt like electrical shocks through my brain. They'd flood my mind with images of myself failing, being humiliated, being worthless. I went back to the location where the gallery had been. The building was there, but it wasn't a gallery anymore. Just an empty space for rent that looked like it had been vacant for months. I asked neighboring businesses. No one remembered an art gallery. By the 6-month mark, I barely recognized myself. I'd lost weight. I couldn't maintain eye contact with anyone. My work performance had deteriorated so badly that I was put on probation. I started buying clothes I never would have worn before. Softer colors, more submissive styles, as they called it. Every time I tried to put on my old clothes, my leather jacket, my boots, I'd be hit with waves of nausea until I changed. They were with me constantly now. From the moment I woke up, look at your pathetic face. When I tried to eat, you don't deserve food. When I tried to work, you'll never be good enough. When I tried to sleep, we own your dreams now. They started pushing me toward behaviors completely opposite to my nature. I've always been straight, but they began flooding my mind with images and suggestions trying to reshape my sexuality. They'd punish me for asserting myself in any way and reward me by briefly stopping the torment when I acted submissive or self-destructive. I tried to fight them by writing down what was happening. I'd no sooner get 3 sentences written than my mind would cloud over. I'd forget what I was doing, or I'd suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to tear up what I'd written. I've spent almost $500 on sleeping pills over the past year. Sometimes I stare at the bottles and think about taking them all at once. Then I hear them encouraging that thought, and I put the pills away because I refuse to let them win that way. The worst thing is how they use my memories against me. Last week, they pulled up a memory of my grandmother teaching me to make bread when I was 7. It was one of my most cherished memories. They twisted it, inserted new elements, made her critical, cold, disgusted with me. I can no longer remember the real memory. Their version has overwritten it. I tried going to a psychiatrist once. As soon as I sat down in his office, my mind went blank. I couldn't explain what was happening. Instead, I found myself talking about work stress and general anxiety. The doctor prescribed standard antidepressants and sent me on my way. The entities mocked me the entire drive home. The most terrifying aspect is how they're trying to cut me off from my family. My mother called last month for my birthday. During the entire conversation, they kept whispering that she hates me, that she's disappointed in me, that I should cut her off. When I tried to tell her I love her, the words physically wouldn't come out of my mouth. It's been 3 years now. 3 years of constant invasion. 3 years of being systematically dismantled. I used to bench press 200 pounds. Now I can barely carry groceries without hearing how weak and useless I am. I used to lead team projects. Now I can't speak up in meetings without their voices drowning out my thoughts. Just now, as I'm trying to write this, they're throwing images at me. Humiliating scenarios, painful memories, fears. They're telling me no one will believe me, that I'm crazy, that I should delete this. My head is pounding and my vision is blurring. I've tried everything. Prayer, meditation, protective symbols, moving apartments. Nothing works. They follow me everywhere. They know when I'm trying to find help and immediately flood my mind with distractions or pain. I don't know who I am anymore. The person I was is being erased day by day. Sometimes I catch glimpses of my old self, a moment of anger, a flash of confidence, but they quickly suppress it. It's like watching myself be hollowed out and filled with something else. I'm writing this in a rare moment of clarity. I woke up at 3 in the morning, and for some reason they weren't as strong. Maybe they're occupied with someone else. Maybe there's a limit to their power. I don't know how long this window will last. If you're reading this and you've experienced something similar, please reach out. If you know how to fight this, please help. I don't know how much longer I can wait. I think I hear them coming back. The pressure in my head is starting. They know I'm writing this. They're showing me what they'll do if I post it. The pain is getting worse. I need to finish quickly. They're getting stronger every day. They know everything about me now. They can access any memory, any thought. They're reshaping me into something I don't recognize. I can feel pieces of my true self disappearing, and I don't know how to get them back. I need to post this before they stop me, before they make me forget what I was trying to say. If anyone knows these people in Bergen, if anyone has encountered them, please. Story 3. I still can't explain what happened to me last October at the theme park where I worked. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, tried to convince myself it was just fatigue or stress playing tricks on me, but I know what I experienced was real. I just don't know what it means. I was 18 at the time, working at this theme park that goes all out for Halloween. They set up these elaborate scare mazes with different themes, and I was part of the closing crew. My job was basically to walk through the mazes after hours with a few co-workers, make sure everything was shut down properly, no props were damaged, and no drunk guests were hiding inside, which happened more often than you'd think. 2 of our most popular mazes were in this old historic building on the park grounds. The building itself dated back to the early 1900s, with all the creaky floors and weird smells you'd expect. The basement housed our mad scientist maze with all these lab equipment props, specimen jars, and freaky experiments gone wrong. The top floor had our abandoned asylum maze, which was massive. Seriously, it took like 15 minutes to walk through at a normal pace. That night started like any other closing shift. It was around 11:30. Most guests had left, and our manager Lucas had assigned me, Devin, and Alyssa to close down those 2 mazes. We started with the basement one first. "Man, I hate this place after hours," Devin said as we flipped on the work lights, which barely improved the visibility in the basement. The props that looked cheesy with guests around suddenly seemed more sinister in the dim light. "At least the actors are gone," Alyssa replied, checking off items on her clipboard. "Remember when Tyler hid in the morgue drawer and grabbed your ankle?" We all laughed, but I remember feeling uneasy. The basement maze had this section with old wooden shelves, stacked with specimen jars containing fake organs and weird creatures floating in colored liquid. Next to those shelves was what we called a rat run, basically a hidden corridor for actors to use to get around quickly and set up better scares. While Devin and Alyssa were checking the main path, I noticed the door to one of the rat runs was slightly ajar. I figured maybe an actor had left it open by mistake, so I went to close it. That's when I heard it, a soft, shuffling sound coming from inside the rat run. My first thought was that some teenager had snuck in there to make out or something. "Hello? We're closed now. You need to leave," I called out, pushing the door open wider. The rat run was dark, with just a dim safety light at the far end. The shuffling stopped. Then I heard what sounded like a child's giggle. That didn't make sense. We didn't allow kids under 12 in the scare mazes, and it was way past the time any family with young children would still be in the park. "Hey, is someone there? You shouldn't be back here," I said, pulling out my phone to use as a flashlight. I stepped into the rat run, sweeping the light around. And that's when I saw him, a little boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old, standing at the end of the corridor. But here's the weird part. He was wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes, like something from medieval times or something. A little brown tunic thing with these weird tight pants and boots. "Hey, buddy, are you lost? Where are your parents?" I asked, walking toward him slowly. I wasn't scared, just confused. He looked completely normal, not pale or see-through like you'd imagine a ghost to be. Just a regular kid with dark hair and these big, curious eyes. When I got about halfway down the corridor, the boy turned and ran around the corner. I followed, calling out, "Wait, you can't be back here." But when I rounded the corner, he was gone. The rat run ended in a dead end with a maintenance closet, which was locked. There was literally nowhere he could have gone. I checked the closet anyway, but it was full of cleaning supplies and definitely no room for a kid to hide. I stood there for a moment, feeling a chill run up my spine despite the stuffiness of the basement. I went back to Devin and Alyssa. "Did you guys see a kid come through here, like a little boy?" I asked. They both looked at me like I was crazy. "No kids allowed in here, remember?" Devin said. "And we've been at the entrance the whole time," Alyssa added. "Nobody's come in or out." I explained what I'd seen, but they just chalked it up to fatigue or my imagination. Maybe they were right, I thought. Maybe my mind was playing tricks after working a 12-hour shift. We finished checking the basement maze and headed upstairs to tackle the big one on the top floor. This maze took up the entire 5th floor of the building. It was huge, with dozens of rooms designed to look like a decrepit asylum. The layout was complicated, with twisting hallways, fake walls, and more rat runs for the actors. "Let's split up to cover more ground," Lucas suggested over our radios. "Jake, you start from the entrance and work your way through. Devin and Alyssa start from the back and work forward. You'll meet in the middle somewhere." It seemed like a good plan. I began walking through the maze, turning on lights, checking props, and making sure everything was in order. The work lights gave everything an even eerier feel than during operating hours. Half-illuminated props casting long shadows, mannequins looking too lifelike in the dim light. I'd been through this maze hundreds of times, so I knew the layout by heart. I passed through the reception area, then the doctor's office with its creepy examination table, then the padded cell section. That's when things got weird. I had just entered the corridor that leads to the treatment room section when suddenly everything went dark. Not just dark, pitch black, the kind of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. At first, I thought it was a power outage, but there was something off about it. The darkness felt different, heavy somehow, and it was completely silent. No ambient noise from the park, no distant voices from other staff, no hum of air conditioning, nothing. "Hello?" I called out. My voice didn't echo like it should have in the maze corridors. Instead, it sounded flat, like I was in a perfectly insulated room. I noticed something else strange too. The temperature. It wasn't cold or hot, just perfect, like there was no temperature at all. I can't explain it better than that. I figured I must have somehow wandered into one of the rat runs by mistake, though I couldn't understand how. I took a few steps forward, moving cautiously with my hands out in front of me, expecting to bump into a wall. After about 3 steps, I saw something, a thin vertical line of light, like a crack in a wall or a door left slightly ajar. It was maybe 10 feet away from me. I walked toward it, and it took me about 4 steps to reach it. The light was coming through what felt like a gap in a wall. I pushed on it, and it gave way easily, like pushing through a curtain. And then I was somewhere else in the maze. Not where I should have been, not even close. I was in the dollhouse section, which was at the complete opposite end of the maze from where I'd been. It would normally take at least 10 to 15 minutes to walk from where I was to this section, but somehow I'd crossed that distance in just a few steps. I spun around, looking for the gap I'd just come through, but there was nothing there, just a solid wall covered in peeling wallpaper and fake blood splatters. I stood there trying to process what had just happened. Had I blacked out? Had I somehow gotten turned around and lost track of time? But I knew the maze too well for that to be possible, and I hadn't felt dizzy or confused before this happened. About 10 minutes later, I heard voices approaching. Devin and Alyssa came around the corner looking surprised to see me. "Jake, how'd you get here so fast?" Devin asked, checking his watch. I don't know," I answered honestly. I was in the corridor past the padded cells, and then suddenly I was here. Alyssa looked concerned. "That's impossible. We just came from there, and we didn't see you, and there's no way you could have gotten ahead of us unless you ran past us somehow." "Could you have used one of the rat runs?" Devin suggested. I shook my head. Even if I did, it would still take me at least 5 minutes to get from there to here, and I'd have to know exactly which ones to take. Plus, I didn't recall using any rat runs. I just remembered those 3 steps in the darkness, the line of light, and then 4 more steps before I was somewhere else entirely. We finished closing up in silence. I could tell they thought I was either messing with them or that I'd fallen asleep on my feet or something. But I was wide awake, and I knew what I'd experienced. Later that night, I couldn't sleep. I kept going over the building's layout in my head. The top floor maze had a very specific floor plan that I knew by heart. There were no hidden rooms besides the established rat runs, and any passage beyond the walls of the building would have resulted in a deadly 5-story fall. What I experienced simply wasn't physically possible, and then there was that boy in the basement. No one had seen him enter or leave. His clothes were unlike anything a modern kid would wear, even as a costume. The next day, I asked our manager if there were any legends or stories about the building being haunted. He laughed it off, saying every old building has ghost stories, but then he mentioned something that made my blood run cold. "This place used to be a hospital back in the day," he said casually. "Before that, I think it was some kind of orphanage in the 1800s. Why do you ask?" I never told anyone else the full story of what happened. How do you explain something that defies the laws of physics? How do you tell people you experienced some kind of spatial anomaly that transported you across an impossible distance in seconds? It's been almost a year now, and I still work at the park, though I requested a different assignment away from those mazes. Sometimes when I walk past that old building, I feel a strange pull, like it wants me to come back in, to find that darkness again, to step through. But I won't, because whatever happened that night, whatever that space was between the walls of reality, I don't think it was meant for me to find. And I'm not sure what would happen if I stepped through that gap a second time. I don't know if I'd come back. Story 4. I still remember the day I realized something wasn't right with my bathroom scale. I'd had it for years, nothing fancy, just a basic digital one I'd picked up at Target when I moved into my house in Willowbrook. This happened about 7 months ago, and I swear I haven't had a decent night's sleep since. I live alone in this old farmhouse about 15 minutes outside of town. It's the kind of place where your nearest neighbor is a quarter-mile away, and the road leading to my property is lined with these massive willow trees that block out the sun even on the brightest days. I've always been sensitive to weird stuff. I'd see shadows out of the corner of my eye as a kid, or hear my name called when nobody was there, but I usually just brushed it off as an overactive imagination. That scale, though, that was different. It started innocently enough. The scale began showing really weird readings. I'd step on and it would flash 1.0 or jump between numbers that made no sense. One day I weighed myself and it said I was 12 pounds, then I'd step off and on again, and suddenly I was 230. Obviously something was wrong with it. I meant to throw it out, I really did, but you know how it goes. You put something aside thinking you'll deal with it later, and then it just becomes part of the background noise of your life. So the scale sat there on my bathroom floor, and I just stopped using it. About 3 weeks after it broke, I was brushing my teeth before bed when I heard a soft beep from the floor. I looked down and saw the scale had turned itself on. The display read 1.0. I figured it was just malfunctioning worse, so I ignored it. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always when I was in the bathroom getting ready for bed around 10 or 11 at night, the scale would just turn on by itself, showing either 1.0, 0.5, 1.0, or 1.2, no other numbers, ever. After about a week of this, I remember standing there with my toothbrush hanging out of my mouth, staring down at this stupid scale that had just beeped and displayed 1.0, and I just blurted out, "What do you want?" The display flickered, then changed to 0.5. I almost choked on my toothpaste. I quickly spat into the sink and looked back down. The scale was dark again. I told myself it was a coincidence. The timing was just weird. But something made me try again. "Are you trying to communicate with me?" I asked, feeling completely ridiculous. The scale lit up. 1.0. My heart started racing. I needed to establish some kind of system. "Does 1.0 mean yes?" I asked. 1.0 inches appeared on the display. "Does 0.5 mean no?" 1.0 again. "What does negative 1.0 mean?" No response. "Does negative 1.0 mean you don't know?" 1.0 and 1.2. "What does that mean?" No response again. I remember sitting down on the edge of the bathtub, my legs suddenly feeling weak. I was literally having a conversation with my bathroom scale. Either I was losing my mind, or something was using this broken electronic device to talk to me. Over the next few days, I started asking more questions. Simple yes-no stuff at first. "Are you a ghost?" 1.0. "Were you ever alive?" 1.0. "Did you die in this house?" 0.5. I should mention that other weird stuff started happening around the same time. My washing machine would stop mid-cycle for no reason. The dishwasher would shut down unexpectedly. One night, my TV turned on by itself 3 separate times until I finally said out loud, "Please stop doing that," and it didn't happen again. I told my ex-roommate Jess about what was going on. She suggested that maybe the scale was just picking up vibrations from people walking around the house or from the pipes in the walls. It seemed logical, so I decided to test it. I took the scale and placed it on top of a thick folded towel on my bathroom counter, completely isolating it from any floor vibrations. The activity stopped completely. For almost 3 months, the scale didn't light up once on its own. I almost convinced myself that Jess had been right, and I'd been letting my imagination run wild. Then came that night in February. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I'd had a particularly crappy day at work and had come home exhausted. It was around 2:30 in the morning, and I'd just gotten out of the shower. I sometimes take late-night showers when I can't sleep. The bathroom was still steamy and warm when I noticed the scale sitting on the counter where I'd left it months ago. On a whim, I decided to try something. "Are you still here?" I asked aloud, feeling slightly foolish. The scale immediately lit up. 1.0. I nearly slipped on the wet floor. "Holy shit," I whispered. "You're really here." 1.0. My mind was racing. I'd been planning to film some kind of ghost hunting video with Jess as a joke to see if we could document the scale responding. "Would you be okay if I filmed you responding to questions?" I asked. 1.0. "Does it take energy for you to communicate like this?" 1.0. "Is that why you stopped for a while? You were gathering energy?" 1.0. I was getting goosebumps despite the warm, humid air in the bathroom. "Can you only communicate in this house?" 1.0. "So you're bound to this location?" 1.0. "But you'll talk to me whenever I'm here?" 1.0. As this conversation was happening, I noticed something else. There was a cold spot in the air right next to me. Not like the normal cool feeling you get after a shower when you step away from the steam. This was unnaturally cold, like someone had opened a window to a winter night, but my bathroom doesn't have a window, and the heater was running. The cold spot was maybe 2 feet wide, perfectly still in the otherwise warm room. I slowly reached my hand toward it. The temperature difference was so stark it made my skin prickle. It was like reaching into a freezer. "Are you standing right here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. 1.0 inches, I jerked my hand back. "Do you mean me harm?" 0.5. "Are you stuck here? Like, trapped?" 1.0. That made me sad, which is a weird emotion to feel in that moment, I know, but I felt genuinely sorry for whatever was communicating with me. "Is there something I can do to help you?" The scale displayed negative 1.0. It didn't know. "Why a bathroom scale?" I asked. "Why not the TV or something more?" "I don't know. Substantial." No response. I guess that wasn't a yes/no question. "Is it easier to use the scale than other devices?" 1.0. I stood there for a long time, just thinking. The cold spot remained beside me, completely stationary. It didn't feel threatening, more like someone was just standing there, waiting patiently. I remember thinking that if I reached out far enough, I might feel a hand or an arm or something, but I couldn't bring myself to try. "I'm going to bed now," I finally said, "but we can talk more tomorrow if you want." 1.0. As I turned to leave the bathroom, the light flickered once, not in a scary way, more like a little acknowledgement, a goodbye wave. The next day, I did some research on the history of my house. It was built in 1972, and as far as I could tell, there hadn't been any deaths on the property. 3 families had owned it before me, all of them moving away for normal reasons. New jobs, downsizing after kids left for college, that sort of thing. I've been talking with the scale entity for months now. I've learned that it's the spirit of a woman, confirmed with yes/no questions. That she didn't die here but is somehow connected to the land where my house was built, and that she's been aware of me since I moved in 3 years ago. The weirdest part is that I'm not scared anymore. We've developed this strange routine. I ask questions before bed, and sometimes when I wake up in the morning I'll find the scale has moved slightly on the counter, or it'll be displaying a number when I walk in. Last week I came home from grocery shopping and found every cabinet door in my kitchen wide open. Not in a threatening way. It felt more like someone was just curious about what I'd bought. When I asked the scale about it that night, it displayed 1.0. I still don't understand why this is happening to me or what the spirit wants. Sometimes I worry about what would happen if the batteries in the scale died. Would she find another way to communicate, or would she just silently watch me, unable to reach out? The cold spot appears frequently now, usually when I'm alone and quiet. Sometimes it follows me from room to room like a companion. I've started talking out loud when I'm doing chores or cooking, just explaining what I'm doing or talking about my day. I don't know if she can hear me when the scale isn't active, but it feels right somehow. Yesterday, I was telling her about a date I had scheduled for Friday night, and the TV turned on by itself. The channel was set to a rerun of Ghost Whisperer. I laughed out loud when I saw it. "Very funny," I said to the empty room. The cold spot was right next to me on the couch. I still don't know what to make of all this. I've thought about bringing in a medium or someone who knows about these things, but I'm worried they might try to cleanse the house or send her away. And the truth is, I don't want her to go. As strange as it sounds, I've grown attached to my bathroom scale ghost. Sometimes I wonder if she was lonely before I started talking to her, or if I'm just the first person who noticed her attempts to communicate. Either way, I guess we're both a little less alone now. Story 5. I've never really shared this with anyone besides my closest friends and my therapist. For years, I thought I was losing my mind, but I'm 42 now, and these experiences have been happening since I was a kid. I can't explain it, and it terrifies me every single time. There's this man, this same exact man, who I've been seeing randomly throughout my entire life. He never changes, he never ages, and he's absolutely terrifying. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've questioned my own sanity more times than I can count, but I work as a mortician, and I've even identified as a medium for most of my adult life. I've seen and felt things most people would consider paranormal, but nothing, absolutely nothing, compares to these encounters. The man always looks exactly the same. He's older, white, completely bald, with this pear-shaped body that's sort of off-putting. But the most distinct things about him are his eyebrows and eyelashes. They're unnaturally thick and dark, especially against his pale skin and bald head. I hate to say it, but he looks like some kind of sideshow clown without the makeup or costume. There's something deeply unsettling about his proportions, and he always wears the same style of clothing, like something straight out of the 40s or 50s, an old-fashioned suit that hangs oddly on his frame. It's not vintage fashion or a costume. It just looks authentic, like he stepped out of another time. The first time I saw him, I was around 7 years old. I was at my grandmother's house playing in the backyard. I remember looking up at her kitchen window and seeing a face watching me. Not my grandmother's face, this strange man's face, just staring, no expression. When I ran inside to tell my grandmother, he was gone. She told me I was imagining things, but I know what I saw. Throughout elementary school, I'd catch glimpses of him, standing across the street when I waited for the bus, looking through the fence during recess, always at a distance, always just watching. My parents thought I had an overactive imagination. Maybe I was watching too many scary movies. I wasn't. Maybe I needed therapy. I eventually got it. When I was 14, I saw him at the mall. I was with friends, trying on clothes, and when I came out of the dressing room, he was standing by the store entrance, just standing there, hands at his sides, staring at me. I froze. My friends asked what was wrong, but by the time I pointed him out, he was gone. They laughed it off. I didn't sleep that night. The encounters have continued my entire life. Sometimes years pass between sightings. Sometimes it's just months. But he always comes back, and he always looks exactly the same. The closest encounter, and the one that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, happened 4 years ago at a bus station. I was traveling for work, waiting for a connection in a city I'd never been to before. It was late, around 11 at night, and the station was nearly empty. Just me and a few other tired travelers scattered around the waiting area. I was sitting there scrolling through my phone when I felt this presence next to me. A chill ran through my body before I even looked up. Somehow, I already knew. When I finally glanced to my right, there he was, sitting in the seat directly beside me, not across the room, not watching from a distance. Right next to me. He wasn't looking at me this time. He was staring straight ahead, completely motionless. I couldn't even tell if he was breathing. His hands were resting on his knees, and I noticed for the first time that his fingers were unusually long and thin. His skin had this waxy quality up close, almost like a department store mannequin. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It felt like my heart was going to explode out of my chest. We sat like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. I was too terrified to get up, too terrified to run, too terrified to even look away. Then, the arrival announcement for my bus came over the speakers, and I jumped. When I looked back, the seat was empty. He was gone. No footsteps, no sound of him getting up and walking away. Just gone. I practically ran to my bus, and I spent the entire ride checking over my shoulder, convinced he would somehow be there, watching me from the back row. But he wasn't. After that, I started seeing a therapist. I told her everything, expecting to be diagnosed with some kind of psychosis or hallucination disorder. But all my other psych evaluations came back normal. No schizophrenia, no dissociative disorders. Nothing that would explain seeing the same unchanged man for 35 years. My therapist suggested it might be a manifestation of anxiety, that my brain was creating this figure as a representation of some deep-seated fear. But that doesn't explain how consistent he is, down to the smallest details, from when I was a child until now. It doesn't explain the physical sensation of dread I feel before I even see him. It's like my body knows he's there before my eyes confirm it. I've worked around death for almost 20 years now. As a mortician, I've been alone with countless bodies. I've worked in old, creaky funeral homes late at night. I've experienced things that would probably sound ridiculous to most people. Cold spots, unexplained noises, even the occasional glimpse of something that shouldn't be there. But none of those experiences have ever frightened me the way this man does. What happened yesterday, though, that's why I'm finally sharing this. Because yesterday crossed a line I didn't even know existed. I was visiting my friend Dave at his house, about 120 miles from where I live. We were catching up in his living room while the TV played in the background. Dave was scrolling through YouTube, half paying attention to what was on screen as we talked. Suddenly, I felt it, that familiar cold dread washing over me, but I didn't see him anywhere in the room. I was looking around, probably seeming paranoid, when Dave asked if I was okay. "I'm fine," I lied. "What are you looking for on YouTube?" "Just some cooking videos," he said, still scrolling through recommendations. And then I saw it on the screen, a thumbnail for some obscure video. It was a simple line drawing, black lines on white background, but it was him. The exact same proportions, the bald head, the pear-shaped body, those distinctive eyebrows and eyelashes, even the way he stood with his arms slightly away from his sides. "Stop," I practically shouted. "Go back." Dave looked startled, but scrolled back up. "That one," I said, pointing with a shaking finger. "What is that?" The title was in some language I didn't recognize. Not English, not Spanish, not anything with Latin letters. Dave clicked on it, and immediately the video started to load. "No!" exclamation mark, I knocked the remote out of his hand. "Don't play it." "What the hell, man?" Dave was annoyed, understandably. "What's wrong with you?" I couldn't explain. How could I? That figure in the thumbnail, I've seen him before. So what? It's just some weird animation channel. There's tons of creepy stuff on YouTube. But it wasn't just some random creepy drawing. It was him. Exactly him. Down to details I've never told anyone about. "How did that video show up in your recommendations?" I asked. Dave shrugged. "No idea. Algorithm stuff. I watch cooking videos and car repairs, not whatever that was." I made him check his watch history, but there was nothing that would explain why that video appeared. It was just there, like it was waiting for me. Over 100 miles from home, on someone else's account. I tried to laugh it off, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. When I left Dave's place, I kept checking my rearview mirror the entire drive home, convinced I'd see that familiar figure in the back seat. When I got home, I locked every door and window. I checked every closet, under my bed, behind the shower curtain. I know how paranoid that sounds, but you don't understand the feeling this man brings with him. It's primal fear, pure, undiluted terror. I couldn't sleep last night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that simple line drawing from the thumbnail. I kept hearing noises in my house, the normal creaks and settling sounds of an old building, but each one made me jump. Around 3 in the morning, I finally gave up on sleep and went to my computer. I wanted to find that video again, to prove to myself that it was just a coincidence, that my mind was making connections that weren't really there. I tried searching for it, but without knowing the title or channel name, it was impossible. I scrolled through countless videos, looking for that thumbnail, but couldn't find it. And then my screen went black, just for a second, like a power flicker. When it came back on, my YouTube page had reset to the home screen. And there it was, the first recommended video, the same thumbnail, the same unreadable title. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely use the mouse. I didn't want to click it, but I needed to know. I needed some kind of explanation after all these years. I clicked play. The video was just static at first, white noise. Then slowly the static formed into a shape, his shape, standing there in the center of the frame, not moving, just existing in that grainy, snowy landscape. And then he turned his head directly toward the camera, directly at me. I slammed my laptop shut and unplugged it, threw it across the room like it was on fire. I've been sitting in my kitchen since then, drinking coffee, watching the sun come up, jumping at every sound. I can't explain what's happening. I can't rationalize it anymore. The thing is, I've dealt with spirits, energies, whatever you want to call them, for most of my life. I've learned to sense them, sometimes even communicate with them. But this is different. This doesn't feel like a ghost or a spirit. It feels like something else entirely, something that's been watching me my entire life, for reasons I can't begin to understand. I don't know what to do now. I don't know where to go from here. All I know is that I'm 42 years old, and I've been seeing the same unaging man since I was 7, and yesterday, for the first time, I feel like he wasn't just watching me, he was reaching out. The worst part? I checked my phone this morning. The YouTube app icon on my home screen has changed. It's not the normal red play button anymore, it's his silhouette. I've restarted my phone 3 times. I've deleted and reinstalled the app. It doesn't change back. Oh, story 6. Abwai. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened to me when I was 8. Even now, 17 years later, my hands shake as I type this. I guess I'm sharing because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. It was 22 years ago when my family hit rock bottom financially. My father lost his job at the shipping company, and we had to move from our comfortable apartment in Santa Marta to a crumbling rental house in one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city. The rent was dirt cheap, which should have been our first warning. The house itself was falling apart, peeling paint, cracked walls, and this horrible musty smell that never went away no matter how much my mother cleaned. But the worst part wasn't our house, it was the abandoned building directly across from us. Just a narrow alley, maybe 3 feet wide, separated our properties. This abandoned house was ancient. The walls were made of crumbling stone that looked like they might collapse any day. Most of the windows were boarded up, but a few remained open like dark, hollow eyes staring into our home. The wooden door was rotting and hanging off its hinges. Local kids avoided the place completely. Within our first week there, our neighbor Senora Vargas warned my mother about the abandoned house. She crossed herself as she spoke about it. According to her, the house had been empty for decades after the previous owners fled in the middle of the night. The most disturbing feature was a noria, a deep well, right in the middle of what used to be the living room. She told my mother that several children had fallen into that well over the years and drowned. The souls of those children never left, Senora Vargas had whispered. My mother laughed it off later that night while talking to my father. They were educated people who didn't believe in such superstitions. I wish they had. My sister Maria and I shared a small bedroom with 2 twin beds pushed against opposite walls. The room had a single window that faced the abandoned house. At night, I would lie awake staring at the dark shape across the alley, imagining what might be lurking inside. The first incident happened about 3 months after we moved in. It was a sweltering night in July, too hot to sleep comfortably. My parents and Maria were sound asleep, but I was restless. Around 2 in the morning, I got up to get some water from the kitchen. Our living room was dimly lit by moonlight coming through the windows. As I walked through, something caught my eye, movement in the center of the room. I froze. There, jumping up and down in place, was a girl about my age. She wore a white dress that seemed to glow faintly in the dark. Her hair was long and black, hanging over her face as she bounced silently. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there watching her jump up and down, up and down. No sound at all. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, she stopped jumping and slowly turned her head toward me. I couldn't see her face through her hair, but I felt her looking at me. Then she vanished. Not like she ran away or faded. She was there 1 second and completely gone the next. I ran back to my room and dove under the covers, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I told my parents the next morning, but they dismissed it as a nightmare. "You were probably sleepwalking," my father said, ruffling my hair. For months after that, nothing unusual happened. I almost convinced myself it had been a dream. Life went on. My father found temporary work at the docks. My mother cleaned houses. We were poor but managing. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Friday in November. The weather had cooled slightly, bringing relief from the constant heat. Maria had gotten a cheap video camera for her birthday and was obsessed with recording everything. That night, she was filming herself doing a dance routine she'd learned at school. I was lying on my bed, half watching her, half reading a book. It was around 9 at night, and our parents were visiting Senora Vargas next door. Maria set up the camera on her desk, pointing it toward the middle of our room, and started her dance. After a while, I got bored and put my book down. I was lying on my back with my legs hanging off the edge of the bed, feet dangling toward the floor. Maria was still dancing, completely focused on her routine. That's when I felt it. Something cold wrapped around my right ankle. At first, I thought it was just a draft, but then the grip tightened and my leg started to lift upward. It wasn't being pulled sideways toward the floor. My leg was being raised straight up into the air, as if someone standing at the foot of my bed had grabbed my ankle and was lifting it. I could feel fingers, 5 distinct points of pressure around my ankle, ice cold and strong. I was too shocked to scream. My leg was suspended in midair, held by something I couldn't see. The grip was firm but not painful. After what must have been 10 seconds, whatever held me let go and my leg dropped back onto the bed. "Maria!" I finally managed to yell. "Did you see that?" But Maria wasn't in the room anymore. Just as I called out, she appeared in the doorway, holding a glass of water. "See what?" she asked. "Something grabbed my leg and lifted it up." She rolled her eyes. "Very funny, Isabella. I just went to get water." "No, I'm serious. Something grabbed my ankle and lifted my leg. It wasn't you." "I was in the kitchen," she insisted. I was shaking now, tears forming in my eyes. "I swear something grabbed me. I felt fingers." Maria must have seen how genuinely terrified I was because her expression changed. "The camera was recording," she said slowly. "Let's check the video." We rewound the footage and played it back. There I was, lying on the bed with my legs hanging off the edge. Maria danced for a bit, then left the frame, clearly heading to the kitchen as she'd said. The camera kept recording the empty room with me on the bed. Then we both gasped. On the screen, my right leg began to rise slowly into the air. It lifted until it was at a 90-degree angle to my body, held there for several seconds, then dropped back down. There was nothing there, no hand, no person, nothing visible holding my leg, but it clearly moved on its own, exactly as I had felt it. Maria's face went pale. "That's not possible," she whispered. We watched it 3 more times. Each viewing was the same. My leg rising by itself, held by an invisible force, then dropping back down. There was no trick, no string, no explanation, just my leg being manipulated by something we couldn't see. When our parents came home, we showed them the video. My father, always practical, inspected the camera, the room, everything. He was convinced there must be a rational explanation, maybe a problem with the camera or some kind of prank, but he found nothing. That night, no one slept well. My mother moved Maria's bed next to mine, and they left the light on in our room. I could hear my parents arguing in hushed tones from their bedroom, my mother wanting to call a priest, my father insisting there had to be a logical explanation. The next day, my father spoke to Senora Vargas about the abandoned house again, this time taking her stories more seriously. She told him more details she hadn't shared before. Apparently, one of the children who had fallen into the well was a girl named Lucia. She had been playing hide-and-seek with friends when she accidentally fell in. By the time adults found her, it was too late. Lucia was known for jumping rope in the street, Senora Vargas said. She would jump for hours, the same spot, every day. A girl who liked to jump, just like the spectral figure I'd seen in our living room. That night I woke up around 3 in the morning with the overwhelming sensation that someone was standing at the foot of my bed. I couldn't move or speak, just lie there, paralyzed with fear. I felt a cold hand brush against my cheek, gentle but unmistakably real. In the corner of our room, I saw a shadow darker than the darkness around it. It had the shape of a small girl. It didn't move, just stood there watching me. I squeezed my eyes shut and started praying silently, something my grandmother had taught me years before. When I finally found the courage to open my eyes again, the shadow was gone, but the cold feeling lingered in the room. The following week, similar things happened every night. Objects in our room would move slightly. The temperature would drop suddenly in specific spots. Maria and I would wake up at exactly the same time each night, 3:17, without any alarm. My parents finally took action when Maria's hairbrush flew across the room by itself while we were all having dinner. The next day, my father found us another place to live, a tiny apartment far from that neighborhood. It cost more than we could afford, but he took on extra work to make it happen. The day we moved out, I looked back at the abandoned house one last time. In one of the upper windows, I swear I saw a small face watching us leave, a girl with long black hair, her hand pressed against the glass. We never returned to that neighborhood. My father forbade us from even talking about what happened. The video camera mysteriously stopped working the day after we moved, and the tape with the footage of my leg being lifted disappeared. My mother told me years later that my father had destroyed it, believing it would help us forget. But I never forgot. How could I? I still feel those cold fingers around my ankle sometimes, especially when I'm falling asleep. For years, I couldn't let my feet hang off the bed. Even now, as an adult, I sleep with my feet firmly under the covers. I've tried to research the history of that abandoned house, but records from that area are sparse. All I know is what Senora Vargas told us about the well, about Lucia and the other children. Sometimes I wonder if Lucia followed us from that house. In the years since, I've occasionally caught glimpses of a small shadow in the corner of my eye, felt sudden cold spots, or heard what sounds like the faint patter of jumping feet when I'm alone. Whatever grabbed me that night wasn't human. The video proved that. Something from that abandoned house reached out to me, something that once was a little girl named Lucia who just wanted someone to play with. I still don't know why it chose me. Maybe because we were the same age, maybe because my bedroom window faced her house, or maybe it was something deeper, something I'll never understand. All I know is that sometimes late at night, I still feel like I'm being watched by eyes from across an alley that no longer exists in my life, but will always exist in my memory. Story 7. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family, but I need to get it out. Even typing this is making my hands shake. I'm 31 now, but what happened when I was 9 still gives me nightmares. We moved to Vail, Oregon, in the summer of 1999. My mom had remarried, and my stepdad got a job offer there that was too good to pass up. The house we moved into was this massive Victorian, avocado green with white trim and these weird little details that made it look like something out of a horror movie, 2 stories plus a basement. God, that basement. From the first night we spent there, I knew something was wrong. My 2 older brothers, Jake and Mike, shared a room down the hall from mine. My parents took the master bedroom downstairs. I got stuck with the small bedroom at the end of the upstairs hallway, right above the kitchen. The walls were this faded yellow color that my mom said was cheerful, but it just made me feel sick. The first week, I tried telling my mom that something felt off about the house. She just blamed it on the move and said I'd get used to it. My stepdad told me to man up, even though I wasn't a boy, and that old houses make noises. My brothers teased me mercilessly about being scared, but it wasn't just noises. It was the feeling of being watched constantly, especially in the basement. Mom would send me down there to get stuff from the deep freezer, and I'd run up those stairs so fast my legs would burn. I swear I could feel breath on the back of my neck every time. The worst thing was what happened at night. Almost every night, around midnight, I'd hear it start. The sound of chains dragging across the basement floor, then the slow, methodical sound of them being pulled up the stairs to the first floor, then more dragging, and the stairs to the second floor. The sound would get closer and closer until it stopped right outside my bedroom door. I'd pull the covers over my head and pray to anything that would listen. I never had the courage to look, but that wasn't all. There was a little girl. I'd see her standing in my closet sometimes, just watching me with these hollow eyes. She never said anything, just stared. There was also a family. They looked like homesteaders from the old photos in our history books. They'd stand in the corner of my room, not moving, just existing. The father had a beard and wore suspenders. The mother had her hair pulled back tight, and there were 3 children with them. They never acknowledged me, but they'd be there for hours sometimes. The indigenous spirits were different. They wouldn't stay in one place. They'd appear randomly throughout the house, walking through walls, standing in doorways. They weren't threatening, but their sudden appearances terrified me. One of them, an older man with long braids, would sometimes sit at the foot of my bed. I'd wake up, feel the weight on the mattress, and see him there staring out my window. My parents both worked until 8 most nights. Mom was a nurse, and my stepdad worked at some office in town. My brothers were 13 and 15, old enough to watch me, but they mostly just ignored me after school. Then came that night in November. My brothers had a band concert at school. Jake played trumpet and Mike played clarinet. The concert started at 7, and my parents were supposed to leave work early to take them. But at around 5:30, my stepdad called and said he was stuck at work. Mom couldn't leave the hospital until 7, so the plan was for everyone to meet at the school. At 6:30, my brothers got impatient. "We have to be there early to warm up," Jake said, putting on his coat. "Mom and Dad will meet us there." "What about Lee?" Mike asked, looking at me. I was sitting on the couch, already in my pajamas, watching cartoons. "Lee will be fine," Jake said. "Mom will be home in like half an hour. Just stay put and watch TV," he told me. I remember the panic rising in my chest. "Don't leave me here alone," I begged, "please." "Stop being such a baby," Jake said. "Nothing's going to happen. It's just an old house." "But the chains," I started. Mike rolled his eyes. "There are no chains, Lee. It's the pipes. Dad explained this." Before I could argue more, they were out the door. I heard it lock behind them, and then I was alone, completely alone in that house for the first time ever. For about 15 minutes, everything was fine. I tried to focus on the cartoon characters on the screen, their bright colors and silly voices. Then the phone rang, making me jump. It was my mom. "Hey, sweetie, I'm running a bit late. Your stepdad's meeting me at the school. Are the boys there with you?" My stomach dropped. "No, they left already. They said they had to warm up." There was a long pause. "They left you alone?" Her voice had that dangerous edge to it. "I'm going to kill them. I'll try to come home right now." "It's okay, Mom," I lied, not wanting her to miss the concert. "I'm fine. I'm just watching TV." "Are you sure? I can leave right now." "I'm sure. It's only for a little while, right?" She sighed. "Okay, honey. We'll be home right after the concert. Lock the doors and don't answer for anyone. We should be back by 9:30 at the latest." After hanging up, I tried to calm myself down. It was only 7:15, just a couple hours alone. I could handle it. I turned up the volume on the TV and wrapped myself in the throw blanket from the couch. That's when it started. First, it was just a creaking from upstairs. Could have been the house settling, like my stepdad always said. Then I heard it. A giggle. A little girl's giggle coming from my bedroom upstairs. I froze. Remote clutched in my hand. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. The giggle came again, followed by the sound of small footsteps running across the floor above me, then silence. "It's nothing," I whispered to myself. "Just the wind or something." Then the basement door, which was in the kitchen, slammed shut. I nearly jumped out of my skin. That door was always kept closed. Always, because I'd begged my parents to keep it that way. Someone, something, had opened it just to slam it shut. Then came the rattling, the chains. But it wasn't midnight. It was only 7:20. This had never happened before. The sound of metal links dragging across the concrete basement floor was unmistakable. Clank, scrape, clank, scrape. Then the sound of them being pulled up the basement stairs one step at a time. Slow, deliberate. I was paralyzed with fear on the couch, clutching the remote so hard my knuckles were white. The TV suddenly switched channels by itself. The cartoon disappeared, replaced by static. Then another channel, some old black and white show, then another and another flipping rapidly. I dropped the remote and scrambled to the other side of the couch. The channels kept changing, faster and faster. The sound from the TV grew louder, even though I hadn't touched the volume. The chain sounds had reached the top of the basement stairs. I could hear them dragging across the kitchen floor now, getting closer to the living room where I sat. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Then the lights flickered, once, twice, and went out completely. The only illumination came from the still flipping TV, casting erratic shadows around the room. That's when I saw them, the Homesteader family. They were standing in the dining room doorway, all 5 of them, just watching me. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes empty. The little girl from my closet was sitting on the bottom step of the staircase, her head tilted at an impossible angle. And from the kitchen, the sound of chains was getting closer. Something in me snapped. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock with shaking hands. I could feel something right behind me, cold breath on my neck. The door finally gave way, and I ran out onto the front porch without even grabbing a coat. It was freezing outside, maybe 40 degrees, but I didn't care. I sat on those cold steps, shivering in my pajamas, too terrified to go back inside, but too scared to leave the porch. What if they followed me? What if they were waiting further out in the darkness? I don't know how long I sat there, teeth chattering, arms wrapped around myself. Long enough that Mrs. Peterson from next door noticed me when she took her dog out. She came rushing over, asking what on earth I was doing outside alone in the cold. I couldn't even speak, just pointed at the house and shook my head. She took me to her house, wrapped me in blankets, and called my parents. By the time they arrived, I was still shaking, but not just from the cold. My mom was furious, not at me, but at my brothers, and somewhat at herself. My stepdad looked genuinely worried for the first time since we'd moved in. My brothers got grounded for a month. They tried to defend themselves, saying I was just being dramatic as usual, but the look on my face must have been convincing enough. They never left me alone in that house again. We lived there for 3 more years. The activity never stopped. The chains, the little girl, the Homesteader family, the indigenous spirits. But at least I was never alone with them again. Sometimes my brothers would hear or see things too, though they rarely admitted it. Once, Jake came running out of the bathroom, swearing he'd seen a man with braided hair standing behind him in the mirror. My parents eventually accepted that something was off about the house, but we couldn't afford to move. They brought in a priest once, but it only made things worse. The chains dragged for hours that night, and all the doors in the house slammed simultaneously at 3 in the morning. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that avocado green Victorian. I've researched the history of the property and found records of both a homesteading family and an indigenous settlement on that land, but nothing about tragic deaths or reasons for a haunting. All I know is what I experienced, and the pure terror of that night alone in the house still wakes me up sometimes, hearing phantom chains dragging across my apartment floor. Story 8. I've never told this story to anyone outside my closest friends, and even they look at me like I'm crazy when I bring it up. But I swear every word is true. I know what I experienced, and the physical evidence was real. It wasn't just in my head. This all started about 5 years ago when I was living alone in a small apartment in Valencia. I'd moved there for work, and while I loved the city, the architecture, the food, the general vibe, there was something about my apartment that never felt quite right. It was an older building, probably built in the 50s, with those high ceilings and thick walls. The rent was cheap, which should have been my first warning. I've always been a heavy sleeper. Once I'm out, I'm dead to the world. But since moving to that place, my sleep patterns changed. I'd wake up feeling exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. I blamed it on stress from my new job, the unfamiliar surroundings, maybe even the Spanish heat that I wasn't used to yet. The first real incident happened on a Tuesday night in October. I remember because I'd gone grocery shopping earlier and stocked up on food for the week. Nothing unusual about the evening. I had dinner, watched some Netflix, and went to bed around 11. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I woke up in what looked like a deserted supermarket. The fluorescent lights were mostly off, just a few flickering in the distance. The place was completely empty. No products on the shelves, no people, just darkness and silence. But the weirdest part was what I could see through the glass doors at the front of the store. Outside wasn't a parking lot or a street. It was fire. Literal flames, like the whole building was surrounded by some kind of inferno. I remember thinking, this is a weird dream, but it didn't feel like a dream. Everything was too detailed, too real. I could smell the faint scent of bleach from the floors, feel the cool air from the empty refrigerator units, and I realized I wasn't standing in the supermarket. I was lying down. I looked down and found myself on this ornate bed, something that looked like it belonged in a castle or a museum. It had these dark red velvet coverings and carved wooden posts. Definitely not something you'd find in a supermarket, but in dream logic, I guess it made sense. That's when I felt it. A presence. Something watching me from the darkness between the empty shelves. I couldn't move, not a single muscle. My eyes were the only part of me that could still function, darting around frantically, trying to locate whatever was out there. She emerged slowly from the shadows. At first glance, she looked like someone I knew, a girl I'd had a crush on back in university. Her face was familiar, comforting even. But as she got closer, I realized something was very wrong. Her skin had this reddish tint to it, not like sunburn, but like her actual pigment was wrong. And on her head, this is going to sound insane, were these small, twisted horns. They curled around like snail shells, catching what little light there was in the room. And she had wings. Not angel wings, not even like bat wings exactly. They were more like shadows that moved with her, extending from her back but not fully material. I was completely paralyzed, not just physically. My mind was frozen in terror. She approached the bed and climbed onto it, her movements fluid but somehow wrong, like watching a predator stalk its prey. She straddled me, her face inches from mine. Her eyes were black, not dark brown but entirely black, like looking into empty space. She smiled, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. "I've been waiting for you," she whispered, her voice both alluring and terrifying at the same time. It sounded like multiple voices layered on top of each other. What happened next is difficult to describe. She began to, have sex with me, but it wasn't pleasurable. It was violating, invasive. I couldn't move, couldn't resist. The whole time she maintained eye contact, those black eyes boring into mine like she was feeding on my fear. Then she leaned down and bit my neck. The pain was excruciating, sharp and burning. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. I felt like something was being pulled out of me, not just blood but something deeper, more essential. And then, suddenly, I was asleep again. Normal sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I was drenched in sweat. My sheets were tangled around me like I'd been thrashing all night. I immediately touched my neck, expecting it to be fine, because it was just a nightmare, right? But there they were, 2 distinct puncture marks surrounded by bruised, tender skin. I rushed to the bathroom mirror and nearly collapsed. The marks were real, unmistakable, and they hurt like hell. What freaked me out even more was finding small bloodstains on my pillow. Not a lot of blood, just a few drops, but definitely blood. My blood. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep. Maybe there had been a bug in my bed. But deep down, I knew. What I'd experienced wasn't just a dream. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? Hey, I think a demon vampire had sex with me while I was sleeping and drank my blood. Yeah, right, they'd have me committed, so I tried to forget about it. The bite marks healed after a few days, and I convinced myself it was some bizarre one-time occurrence. Maybe I'd been sleepwalking and hurt myself. Maybe I was working too hard and my mind was playing tricks on me. For almost 2 years, nothing happened. I even moved to a different apartment across town. Partly because I got a better job, partly because I never felt comfortable in that place again. I started to believe I'd imagined the whole thing. That is, until it happened again. This time, I woke up in what looked like a medieval castle. Stone walls, high ceilings, narrow windows. And through those windows, again, was fire, the same hellish landscape from before. I was on another bed, similar to the first one, but larger, more ornate. The room was lit by torches on the walls, casting dancing shadows across the stone floor. And just like before, I couldn't move a muscle. I knew she was coming before I saw her. The air in the room changed, became heavier, charged with something unnatural, and then she stepped out from behind a pillar. She looked different this time. Her face was that of a woman I'd met recently at a bar, someone I'd been attracted to but never pursued. How could she know that? How could she be in my head like that? But the rest of her was the same. The reddish skin, the snail-shaped horns, the shadowy wings, her black eyes fixed on mine as she approached the bed. "Did you think you could escape me?" she asked, her voice reverberating in my skull more than in my ears. This encounter was worse than the first. She seemed angry, more aggressive. The paralysis was complete. I couldn't even blink. She mounted me again, and the violation began once more. But this time, when she bit my neck, she held on longer, drinking more deeply. I could actually feel my blood being drawn out, feel myself growing weaker. I was certain I was going to die. The room started to darken around the edges, my consciousness fading. Just before everything went black, she released me, licking blood from her lips. "I'll come back when you're ripe again," she whispered, and then she was gone. I jolted awake in my bed, gasping for air. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst through my chest. I stumbled to the bathroom, legs barely supporting my weight, and turned on the light. The reflection that greeted me was horrifying. 2 deep puncture wounds on my neck, surrounded by what looked like a massive bruise. I was pale, not just morning pale, but corpse pale. And when I went back to my bedroom, the evidence was there again. Blood on my pillow, more than last time. I called in sick to work. I couldn't function. I spent the day researching what might be happening to me. Sleep paralysis was the most common explanation, but that didn't account for the physical injuries. Sleepwalking and self-harm. Possible, but unlikely given the specificity and location of the wounds. Then I found stories about incubi and succubi, demons that seduce people in their sleep, and about psychic vampires that feed not just on blood but on energy. The descriptions matched what I'd experienced almost exactly. The most terrifying part was realizing this thing, whatever it was, could access my subconscious. It knew my desires, my attractions, and used them against me by wearing familiar faces. It could find me even when I moved, and it had said it would return. I tried everything to protect myself. I hung crosses in my bedroom, sprinkled salt around my bed, kept garlic and silver nearby. I even consulted a local priest, though I gave him a watered-down version of events. He blessed my apartment, but looked at me like I was troubled. That was 3 years ago. I've moved twice more since then, even spent 6 months back home with my parents. I sleep with the lights on now. I've developed insomnia because I'm terrified of falling asleep. When exhaustion finally takes me, I have a friend stay over, or I sleep in public places like 24-hour cafes. The thing hasn't returned, not fully anyway, but sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I feel the paralysis beginning, feel the weight on my chest, see a shadow in the corner of my room. I fight it with everything I have, forcing myself awake before she can fully materialize. I don't know what this creature is. Some call it a succubus, others a type of vampire. The horns don't fit any description I've found. All I know is that it's real. It can find me, and it feeds on me in ways I don't fully understand. The marks on my neck have healed, but I'm not the same. I feel drained constantly, like something essential was taken from me that I can't get back. I've lost weight, my hair is thinning, and I catch every cold that goes around. Sometimes I wonder if she'll keep her promise and return when I'm ripe again. What does that even mean? Is she waiting for me to recover some energy before she feeds again? Is this just a game to her? I don't have answers. All I know is what happened to me was real. The physical evidence was undeniable, and I live every day wondering if tonight will be the night she comes back for me. Story 9: I've never really talked about this stuff online before, but I need to get it off my chest. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that's happened to our family over the past few years, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It all started about 7 years ago when Thomas and I moved into this old house in southern Australia. It was a bit run down, nothing fancy, just an older place with character, as the real estate agent put it. In reality, it was just what we could afford at the time. The first few weeks were normal enough, unpacking boxes, arguing about where furniture should go, all that usual moving stuff. Then weird shit started happening. I remember the first incident so clearly. We were in the living room one evening just watching TV after dinner. Thomas had set up a pool table in the corner, his pride and joy that he'd insisted on bringing from our previous apartment, even though it barely fit. All of a sudden, 3 pool cues that had been leaning against the wall just fell over. Not like they slipped. They literally flew forward as if someone had pushed them. We both jumped, and Thomas went to pick them up, muttering something about the house settling or whatever. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. At first, we laughed it off. Old house, uneven floors, draft from somewhere. There's always a logical explanation, right? But then doors started slamming on their own, not just closing, slamming, like someone was furious. It happened most often when we were both in the same room, like whatever it was wanted us to know it was there. The worst incident happened about a month after we moved in. It was around 3 in the morning when I woke up to the sound of running water, not just a dripping tap. It sounded like every faucet in the house was turned on full blast. Thomas was still asleep next to me, and I had to shake him pretty hard to wake him up. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, genuinely freaked out. He sat up, listened for a second, then jumped out of bed. We went through the house together, and sure enough, every single tap was turned on. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry room, even the outdoor garden hose was going full force. We hadn't sleepwalked, we hadn't been drinking. There was no explanation for how all those taps got turned on. We turned them all off, checking each room carefully. Thomas even checked outside to see if someone was playing a prank, but there was no one. We live on a pretty isolated street, and our nearest neighbors were an elderly couple who were definitely not the pranking type. That same week, we started having issues with the lights. They'd turn on by themselves, or worse, they'd refuse to turn off. We'd flip the switch, the light would go out, and then 5 minutes later, it would be on again. We had an electrician come out to check the wiring, and he couldn't find anything wrong. He suggested it might be power surges, but none of our other appliances were affected. But the incident that still makes my skin crawl involved our pets. We had 3 dogs at the time, a German Shepherd named Max and 2 smaller mixed breeds, Bella and Charlie. They were all good watchdogs, especially Max. He'd bark if a leaf blew past the window. One morning, Thomas woke up before me. I heard him make this strangled sound from the living room. When I ran in there, he was standing in the doorway, completely pale, staring into the room. When I looked past him, I saw what had shocked him so badly. There were cats in our living room, not just a couple. I'm talking about 50 feral cats at least. They were everywhere, on the couch, the tables, the floor, even on top of the TV, just sitting there, staring at us with these unblinking eyes. They weren't making any noise, just watching. But here's the most fucked up part. Our 3 dogs were asleep in their beds in the corner of that same room. Max, our German Shepherd, who would normally go ballistic at the sight of a single cat, was sound asleep. All 3 dogs were completely out of it, not reacting at all to a room full of feral cats. I screamed, and Thomas shouted, and the cats just scattered. They ran in every direction, disappearing through the dog door, through open windows, anywhere they could find. Within seconds, they were all gone. And our dogs? They finally woke up, looking confused and disoriented, like they'd been drugged or something. We checked the whole house, but there wasn't a single cat left. No fur, no prints, nothing to show they'd ever been there. If Thomas hadn't seen it too, I would have thought I was losing my mind. About a week later, Thomas's mate Dave came over to have a few beers and play pool. We hadn't told anyone about the weird stuff happening because, honestly, who would believe us? Dave had been there maybe an hour when he suddenly got really quiet and said, "This house gives me the creeps, mate." As soon as he said that, the pool cues, which had been still all evening, suddenly fell over again, but this time with such force that one of them cracked. Dave saw it happen, turned white as a sheet, made some excuse about feeling sick, and left. He never came back to our house, ever. We'd have to meet him somewhere else if we wanted to hang out. The final straw came about 3 months after we moved in. We were both exhausted from not sleeping properly. You try sleeping when you're constantly worried about what might happen during the night. We decided to move to Brisbane, where Thomas had been offered a job anyway. We told ourselves it was for the career opportunity, but really, we just needed to get the hell out of that house. The move to Brisbane was a relief. The first few weeks were quiet. No falling objects, no slammed doors, no mysterious cats. We started to relax, thinking maybe it had been something about the house after all. Then, about a month after we moved, it happened. We both woke up at exactly the same time in the middle of the night. Not because of a noise or anything. We just both sat straight up in bed simultaneously, like something had pulled us awake. At the foot of our bed was a man, not some misty, ghostly figure, a solid-looking person. He was Aboriginal, maybe in his 20s, with shoulder-length curly hair. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and he was holding what looked like a wound-up piece of rope in his hands. The most disturbing thing was his expression. He was smiling at us, not in a threatening way, but like he knew us, like he'd been looking for us. We both saw him. We both described the exact same person afterward. He stood there for maybe 5 seconds, still smiling, and then he just wasn't there anymore. He didn't fade away or walk off. 1 second he was there, the next he wasn't. I've never been so terrified in my life. We left the lights on for the rest of the night, sitting up back to back so we could see the whole room. We didn't talk much about it afterward. It was too freaky to acknowledge that we'd both seen the same person who couldn't possibly have been there. We stayed in Brisbane for about 2 years, and things quieted down for a while. No more apparitions, no more strange incidents. We almost convinced ourselves it had been some kind of shared hallucination from the stress of moving. Then Thomas got a better job offer back in Adelaide, so we moved back to South Australia. Different house, different neighbourhood, but still in the same general area as our first haunted house. By this time we had 2 kids, Jack, who was 4, and Ethan, who was 2. Everything was fine for about 6 months. Then one night, Ethan, our 2-year-old, came running into our bedroom, hysterical, screaming about the man in his room. We checked, of course. No one was there. We chalked it up to a nightmare. A week later, I was in the kitchen making dinner. Jack was playing under the table with his toys. I could see his little feet sticking out from under the tablecloth. Suddenly, he came crawling out really fast, his eyes wide with fear. "Mommy," he whispered. "There's a man with a black face and a green jacket hiding under the table." My blood ran cold. I checked under the table. Nothing there, of course, but Jack was adamant. He described seeing a man with dark skin and curly hair, wearing a green jacket, hiding under the table and smiling at him. That night, I finally broke down and told Thomas about what Jack had said. We compared notes. What Jack had described sounded an awful lot like the man we'd seen in Brisbane, except for the green jacket. The Aboriginal man we'd seen hadn't been wearing a jacket. I started doing some research, trying to figure out why this, whatever it is, seems attached to our family. The only connection I can think of is Thomas's mom. Years ago, before she died, she mentioned that she'd dabbled in white magic when Thomas was a child. She never went into details, and Thomas doesn't remember much about it, but I can't help wondering if she somehow attracted something that's now attached to her son. We're still in the same house in Adelaide. The incidents are sporadic. We'll go months without anything happening, and then there'll be a week where the pool cues fall every night. Yes, Thomas brought the damn pool table again. Or all the faucets will turn on, or one of the kids will see the man. I don't know what to do. We can't keep moving. It's followed us twice now. I've tried burning sage, putting salt in the corners of rooms, all that stuff you read about online. Nothing seems to work permanently. The weirdest part is that it doesn't seem malicious. Frightening, yes, but it's never actually harmed any of us. It's like it just wants us to know it's there, watching us. Sometimes I get the feeling it's specifically watching Thomas, like it's connected to him somehow. I still don't have any answers. I don't know if it's a ghost or a spirit or something else entirely. I don't know why it's following us or what it wants. All I know is that it's real. It's been with us for years, and I'm afraid it always will be. Story 10. I still can't bring myself to go into my daughter's room after dark. It's been 3 weeks since we moved out of that house in Pine Ridge, and Emma still wakes up screaming most nights. My wife, Sarah, thinks we should take her to another therapist, but I don't know what good that would do. What would we even say? Our 4-year-old was stalked by something that lived in her closet. They'd think we were crazy or worse, abusive. This all started about 7 months ago. We'd been living in our house for almost 2 years by then. Nice little 3-bedroom in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Nothing special, but it was ours. Emma had just turned 4, and our son Josh was only 6 months old. Everything was normal, boring even. I worked in IT, Sarah was on maternity leave from her teaching job, and we were just another young family trying to make it work. The first weird thing I noticed was Emma spending more time in her closet, not just grabbing clothes, actually sitting inside it. I'd go to check on her during playtime and find her cross-legged in the back corner of her closet, whispering to herself in the dark. "What are you doing in there, sweetie?" I asked the first time I caught her. "Playing," she said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Kids are weird sometimes, right? I didn't think much of it. Sarah mentioned it too, but we figured it was just a phase, like when Emma insisted on wearing nothing but purple for 3 straight months. Then we started hearing her talking in her room at night. Not just babbling to herself like kids do, but having what sounded like actual conversations. Full sentences, pauses where she seemed to be listening to responses. We have a baby monitor in her room that we'd kept even though she was older now. Just habit, I guess. And sometimes I'd wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning to the sound of her little voice coming through the speaker. "I can't do that. No, that's not nice. I don't want to." The first few times I went to check on her, but she'd be sound asleep, or at least pretending to be. I figured she was just talking in her sleep. About a month after this started, I was working from home when Emma called for me from upstairs. Not crying or scared, just calling, "Daddy, Daddy, come see." I found her standing in the middle of her bedroom, pointing at her open closet door. "The blue girl in my closet. Daddy," she said, smiling. My blood went cold. "What blue girl, Em?" Emma looked confused and walked over to the closet, pushing aside her hanging clothes. "I don't know where she is. She was right here." I knelt down beside her. What did this blue girl look like? "She's blue," Emma said simply, like I was the one being dense. "And she likes to play with me." I searched the entire closet, even though it wasn't very big, just a standard reach-in with Emma's clothes and some storage boxes. Nothing unusual, no blue girl, whatever that meant. "There's nobody here, sweetie. Maybe you were dreaming?" Emma shook her head firmly. "No, Daddy, she was here. She told me to call you to see her." That night, I mentioned it to Sarah. We both agreed it was probably just an imaginary friend. Emma was at that age, and with a new baby brother taking up so much of our attention, it made sense she might create a playmate. "The blue part is a little weird," Sarah admitted. "But kids have weird imaginary friends. My sister had one she called Soap Lady because she said she smelled like soap." I laughed it off, but something about it kept nagging at me. That night I woke up around 2 in the morning for no reason. The house was completely silent. No baby crying, no Emma talking, just silence. But I had this overwhelming urge to check on Emma. I crept into her room and found her sleeping peacefully, one arm wrapped around her favorite stuffed rabbit. Her closet door was closed, just how we'd left it at bedtime. Everything was fine. I felt stupid for being paranoid and went back to bed. But things escalated quickly after that night. Emma started refusing to sleep in her room. She'd cry and scream at bedtime, begging to sleep with us. When we asked why, she'd just say, "The blue girl doesn't like me anymore." We tried everything: night lights, leaving the door open, checking under the bed and in the closet to show her there were no monsters. Nothing worked. We ended up letting her sleep on a little mattress on our floor for almost a week before we finally convinced her to try her own room again. The breaking point came about 2 months later. I was getting Josh ready for bed when I heard Emma talking to Sarah in the hallway. Her voice was serious, not like a little kid at all. "The blue girl opened my closet last night," she was saying. "She came in and watched me all night." I walked out with Josh on my hip to find Sarah kneeling in front of Emma, whose face was completely solemn. "She said mean things about Josh," Emma continued. "She doesn't like him." Sarah shot me a worried glance. "What kind of mean things, honey?" Emma shook her head. "I can't say. They're bad words." That night, after the kids were asleep, Sarah and I talked for hours. She was starting to get genuinely concerned, not about a ghost or anything supernatural. She was worried Emma might be developing some kind of psychological issue, maybe related to adjusting to having a baby brother. "Should we take her to see someone?" Sarah asked. "A child psychologist?" I wasn't sure. Part of me thought we were overreacting to a typical childhood phase. But another part of me remembered the look on Emma's face when she talked about the blue girl. There was something unsettling about it. "Let's give it a little more time," I suggested. "See if it passes." It didn't pass. It got worse. The next morning, Emma was eating breakfast when she suddenly pointed to the corner of the kitchen ceiling. "Her head is blue up there," she said calmly, spoon halfway to her mouth. Sarah and I both looked up. There was nothing there, just the usual spot where the walls met the ceiling. "Who are you talking about, Emma?" Sarah asked carefully. "The blue girl," Emma said, like it was obvious. "She followed Daddy outside this morning." I felt a chill run down my spine. I had gone out early to take out the trash. Nobody had followed me, at least nobody I could see. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what Emma had said. Around midnight, I got up and went to check on her. She was sleeping soundly, but her closet door was open a few inches. I distinctly remembered closing it during her bedtime routine. I walked over to close it and felt something. Not a physical sensation exactly. More like the feeling you get when someone is staring at you from behind. I spun around, but the room was empty except for Emma in her bed. When I turned back to the closet, I could have sworn I saw something move in the darkness between the hanging clothes. "Hello?" I whispered, feeling ridiculous immediately afterward. What was I doing talking to a closet? No response, of course, just the soft sound of Emma's breathing. I closed the closet door firmly and went back to bed, but I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I bought a small security camera. I told Sarah it was just to give us peace of mind. We could check on Emma without having to open her door and risk waking her. The real reason, which I couldn't bring myself to admit out loud, was that I wanted to see if anything strange was happening in her room at night. I set up the camera on her bookshelf, angled so it captured most of the room, including the closet door. That night, after Emma was asleep, Sarah and I watched the live feed on my laptop. For hours, nothing happened. Emma slept. The closet door remained closed. Around 2 in the morning, Sarah fell asleep beside me, but I kept watching. At 3:17, the closet door opened. Just a crack at first, then wider. I sat up straight, my heart pounding. There was no breeze that could have pushed it open, no logical explanation. I was about to wake Sarah when I saw Emma sit up in bed. She wasn't facing the camera, so I couldn't see her expression, but she was looking directly at the open closet. Then, clearly visible on the camera's microphone indicator, she was speaking. The camera didn't have audio, something I now regretted deeply, but I could see she was having a conversation. nodding sometimes, shaking her head others. This went on for almost 10 minutes before Emma lay back down, pulled her covers up, and appeared to go back to sleep. The closet door remained open until morning. I showed Sarah the footage the next day. She tried to rationalize it. Maybe the door wasn't latched properly. Maybe Emma was sleepwalking or sleep-talking. But I could tell she was disturbed too. That day, while Emma was at preschool, I went through her closet. I took everything out, all the clothes, toys, boxes. I checked the walls for any signs of, I don't even know what, mold, hidden passages. There was nothing unusual, just a normal closet in a normal house. When I picked Emma up from preschool, I casually asked about her night. "Did you sleep okay, Em?" She nodded. The blue girl isn't mad at me anymore. My skin crawled. That's good. What was she mad about before? Emma shrugged. She wanted me to do something and I said no. What did she want you to do? Emma was quiet for a long time, looking out the car window. Finally, she said, "Open the door for her. The big door." "What big door, sweetie?" But she wouldn't say anything more about it. That night, I set up the camera again, this time with audio. Sarah thought I was becoming obsessed, and maybe I was, but I needed to know what was happening in my daughter's room. We put Emma to bed as usual. Story, goodnight kisses, nightlight on. I made a show of checking the closet and closing the door securely. "No blue girls in here," I said with forced cheerfulness. Emma just looked at me with those solemn eyes. "She's not in there now. She comes later." I almost didn't want to watch the feed that night, but I forced myself to. Sarah refused to join me, saying I was scaring myself for no reason. Maybe she was right. For hours, nothing happened. I was starting to doze off when the audio picked up a sound, not Emma's voice, just a soft scratching like fingernails on the inside of the closet door. I sat up straight, fully awake now. On screen, the closet door slowly swung open. There was nothing visible in the darkness beyond, but the scratching sound continued. Then Emma sat up. "I told you not to come back," she said clearly, her voice coming through the laptop speakers. Silence. The scratching stopped. "No," Emma said firmly. "I won't. You're mean." Another pause. Emma seemed to be listening to something I couldn't hear. "Leave my brother alone," she said, her voice rising slightly. "I'll tell my daddy." I was already on my feet, ready to run to her room, when Emma suddenly pointed toward the camera. Toward me, it seemed. "He's watching right now," she said. The closet door slammed shut with such force that it rattled the walls. Emma screamed. I ran to her room, Sarah right behind me. We found Emma huddled under her blankets, sobbing. When I tried to comfort her, she pushed me away. "You made her angry, Daddy," she cried. "You made her really angry." We took Emma to sleep in our room that night. The next day, I called a child psychologist and made an appointment for the following week. I also looked up house cleansings, sage burning, blessings, anything that might help, even though I'd never been particularly spiritual. But we never made it to that appointment. 3 days later, I was putting Josh down for his nap when I heard Emma scream from her room. Not a playful scream, a scream of pure terror. I ran to her room and found her standing in the middle of it, staring at her closet. The door was wide open. "Emma, what's wrong?" I asked, reaching for her. She turned to me, her face white with fear. "She's not blue anymore, Daddy," she whispered. "Now she's red." I looked at the closet, saw nothing, and scooped Emma up in my arms. As I turned to carry her out, the closet door slammed shut behind us, by itself. I felt the rush of air on my back. We were out of the house that night, staying with Sarah's parents while we dealt with some plumbing issues, the excuse we gave everyone. 2 weeks later, we put the house on the market, sold it for less than we paid just to get rid of it quickly. I still think about the new family that moved in. They had a little girl too, younger than Emma. Sometimes I drive by the old house thinking I should warn them, but warn them about what? A blue girl that turns red? They'd think I was insane. Emma still has nightmares. She still won't open closet doors by herself. The child psychologist we eventually saw diagnosed her with childhood anxiety triggered by a traumatic event. But we never told her the full story, so what does she know? The thing that haunts me most is what Emma said the day after we moved out. She was helping me unpack her toys in her new bedroom when she suddenly stopped and looked up at me. "Daddy," she said in that serious little voice. "The blue girl isn't just in that house. She can find us anywhere. She just needs someone to open the door. I don't know what's in my daughter's closet. I don't know if I ever will, but I know I'll never look at a closed door the same way again." Story 11. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. Growing up, I laughed at ghost stories and rolled my eyes at people who claimed to have seen spirits. But what happened at my friend Dee's house changed everything for me. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. It's been 3 years, and I still can't explain what I experienced there. I was 16 when it all happened. My home life was pretty rough back then. Parents constantly fighting, Dad drinking too much, Mom working double shifts just to keep us afloat. I had anxiety so bad I couldn't sleep most nights. That's why I started hanging out at Dee's place. His parents didn't care what we did, and it was better than being at home listening to the shouting. Dee and I had been friends since middle school. He wasn't what you'd call popular, kind of awkward, into weird music and games that nobody else played. But he was a good guy underneath it all. His house was, well, it was gross, if I'm being honest. The kind of place where you don't want to sit on the furniture without checking it first. Dishes piled in the sink for weeks, pet hair everywhere, weird smells coming from rooms you didn't want to investigate. His dad was some kind of addict. Pills, I think. And his mom just seemed checked out all the time. I didn't judge. My house wasn't exactly Better Homes and Gardens either. But there was something about their place that felt off from the beginning. I just ignored it because it was somewhere to go. This particular day started normal enough. It was summer break, hot as hell outside. Dee's parents were gone for the weekend, visiting his grandma or something. I'd stayed over the night before, and we'd been up until like 4 in the morning playing Counter-Strike. I woke up around noon, and Dee was still passed out on his bed. I should mention that Dee had his own issues. He was into some heavy stuff, drinking, pills, whatever he could get his hands on. I didn't participate much, maybe a beer here and there, but I saw his browser history once when I borrowed his laptop. The stuff he was into, it was dark. Not just porn, but like really messed up stuff. The kind of things that make you wonder if someone's okay mentally. I remember thinking that if anything could attract evil, it would be the kind of stuff he was looking at. His family was religious too, in this weird way that never made sense to me. They went to this church that wasn't like any normal church I'd been to. People there would speak in tongues, fall on the floor, laughing for no reason, claim to be possessed by the Holy Spirit. I went with them once, and it freaked me the hell out. Anyway, that day I got up and made myself some cereal. Their dog, Peter, was following me around like always. He was this old golden retriever, sweet dog, but always seemed nervous, especially in certain parts of the house. I noticed he never went near the attic stairs, which was weird because dogs are usually curious about everything. I was sitting at their computer desk playing some CSGO by myself when I heard it for the first time. Footsteps, clear as day, right above my head in the attic. At first I thought maybe Dee had gotten up and was moving around upstairs, but then I remembered he was still asleep in his room down the hall. The footsteps weren't random, they matched my movements. When I shifted in my chair, they shifted. When I stood up, they stopped. When I sat back down, they started again. It was like whatever was up there was mimicking me, or maybe watching me. I'm not proud to admit it, but I was too scared to investigate. I told myself it was the house settling, or maybe mice or something. But deep down, I knew houses don't settle in footstep patterns, and mice don't sound like a grown person walking. I went to wake up Dee, but he was completely out of it. He'd taken something the night before, and trying to wake him was like trying to raise the dead. So I was alone with whatever was happening. I went back to the computer, trying to ignore the sounds, but they got more distinct. It wasn't just footsteps anymore. It was like something was dragging itself across the floor directly above me, back and forth, then it stopped, right above where I was sitting. I remember thinking, "Don't look up." And immediately, like it had read my mind, there was a single loud thump right above my head. I nearly pissed myself. I got up and went to the kitchen, as far from that spot as I could get. Peter followed me, whining softly. The noises stopped for a while, and I started to calm down. I made a sandwich, tried to act normal. Then I heard a crash from the guest room, the room right below the attic. The rational part of my brain said to ignore it. The curious part won out. I walked slowly down the hallway toward the guest room, Peter refusing to follow. The door was partially open, and I pushed it the rest of the way, half expecting to see someone standing there. The room was empty, but the closet door was shaking, like someone was hitting it from the inside, not knocking, hitting it with force, making the whole door rattle in its frame. I stood there frozen, watching this door being pummeled from inside a closet that shouldn't have had anyone in it. Then it stopped. Complete silence. I must have stood there for 2 minutes just staring at that door, afraid to move. Finally, I got the courage to walk over and open it. Nothing. Just clothes hanging and some boxes on the floor. No sign of what could have caused the banging. I closed the closet door and backed out of the room, keeping my eyes on that closet until I was in the hallway. As soon as I closed the bedroom door, I heard it start again, that violent hammering from inside the closet. I ran back to Dee's room and shook him hard, finally managing to wake him up. He was groggy and annoyed, but I was so freaked out I didn't care. I told him what was happening and he just stared at me like I was crazy. "Dude, you're paranoid. There's nothing in this house," he said, rubbing his eyes. "Then what's making those noises?" I demanded. "What noises?" And of course, at that moment, everything was silent. No footsteps, no banging, nothing. Dee looked at me like I was losing it, and maybe I was. He suggested I might be having some kind of anxiety attack, which wasn't completely unreasonable given my history. We went about our day, playing video games, watching YouTube. I started to think maybe he was right, that I'd imagined it all, until about 4 in the afternoon. We were sitting in the living room when we both heard it, running footsteps from one end of the attic to the other, directly above us. Not walking, running, like someone sprinting full speed across the entire length of the house, ending with a crash so loud it shook the ceiling lamp. Dee's face went white. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered. "I just looked at him. That's what I've been hearing all day." We sat there in silence for a few minutes, both of us staring at the ceiling. Peter was under the coffee table, trembling. "We should check it out," Dee finally said, though he didn't sound convinced. "Are you serious?" "No way." "Come on, man. If there's something up there, we need to know what it is." I didn't want to go up there. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of that house, but I also didn't want to look like a coward in front of my friend. So we went to the hall closet, where the pull-down ladder to the attic was located. Dee pulled the cord, and the ladder slid down with a creak that made my skin crawl. He looked at me, and I could tell he was scared too, despite trying to act brave. "I'll go first," he said, putting his foot on the bottom rung. The attic was dark and hot, the air thick and stale. He pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping it around. It was mostly empty except for some old boxes and furniture. No sign of anything that could have made those noises. "See? Nothing," Dee said, but his voice was shaky. I was about to agree when his light passed over something in the far corner, a black box, about the size of a shoebox, sitting by itself. It was directly above the guest room. "What's that?" I asked. Dee shrugged. "Dunno, probably just some old stuff my parents stored up here." But neither of us moved toward it. Something about that box felt wrong. It was too neat, too out of place among the dusty, forgotten items. "We should go back down," I said, and for once Dee didn't argue. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay on the couch in the living room, staring at the ceiling, listening. The house was quiet, but it felt like a held breath. like something was waiting. Around 3 in the morning, I heard scratching. Not mice scratching, but like fingernails dragging slowly across the wall inside the guest room. I pulled the blanket over my head like a little kid, heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. The next morning, Dee acted like nothing had happened. He was good at that, ignoring things he didn't want to deal with. I told him I needed to go home, made up some excuse about chores. The truth was, I couldn't stand being in that house another minute. But the story doesn't end there. A week later, Dee's family went on vacation, some church retreat thing. They asked if I could house sit and take care of Peter. I wanted to say no, but I couldn't think of a reason that wouldn't sound crazy. Sorry, I think your house is haunted. Wasn't going to cut it. Plus, I felt bad for Peter. That dog deserved better than to be alone in that place. So I agreed to stop by twice a day to feed him and let him out. I promised myself I wouldn't stay longer than necessary. The first couple of days were fine. I'd go in, feed Peter, let him run around outside for a bit, then leave. I avoided looking at the attic door or going near the guest room. On the third day, I was in the kitchen filling Peter's water bowl when he suddenly went rigid, staring into the living room. His hackles rose and he started growling, not the playful growl he'd use for tug-of-war, but a deep, threatening sound I'd never heard him make before. I looked where he was looking but saw nothing, just the empty living room. But Peter kept growling, his eyes tracking something I couldn't see as it apparently moved across the room. "There's nothing there, buddy," I said, my voice sounding thin and unconvincing even to myself. Peter barked once, sharp and panicked, then ran to hide behind my legs. I felt the hair on my arms stand up as a cold spot passed by me, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to my face. I got out of there fast, promising myself I'd come back for Peter, but dreading it already. The final day before they were due back was the worst. I came in the morning to find Peter's food bowl missing. I looked everywhere for it. Under furniture, in other rooms. It wasn't anywhere. I ended up using a regular bowl for his food. I let him out, waited for him to do his business, then brought him back in. I was in the bathroom washing my hands when I heard him start barking frantically in the living room. I ran out to find him backing away from the center of the room, where his missing food bowl now sat. It was full of food, full to the brim with kibble I hadn't poured. I grabbed Peter and got out of there. I called Dee from my car, told him I had an emergency and couldn't come back to the house. I didn't care how it sounded anymore. When Dee's family returned, I made excuses not to go over. Eventually, Dee and I drifted apart, partly because of normal high school stuff, but mostly because I refused to set foot in that house again. That experience changed me. It was the first time in my life I put my own well-being above someone else's feelings. I had always been the type to please others, to ignore my own needs. But after what happened at Dee's house, I realized some things aren't worth the risk. I still don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was attached to the place, to Dee's family, or to that strange black box in the attic. All I know is that whatever it was aware. It responded to me, mimicked me, maybe even read my thoughts. And that's the most terrifying part, the intelligence behind it all. I drive by that house sometimes and it looks so normal from the outside. I wonder if the new family that lives there now, Dee's family moved away a year later, has experienced anything strange. I wonder if they've found that black box in the attic. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still hear those footsteps in my memory. Still feel that cold spot passing by. Still see Peter's food bowl, mysteriously full in the middle of an empty room. Story 12. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff, ghost stories, haunted houses, all that. I'd roll my eyes whenever friends would talk about their experiences. I was the guy who'd explain it all away with science or psychology. Sleep paralysis, pareidolia, carbon monoxide leaks. There's always a logical explanation, right? Well, that was until last month when something happened in my home that I still can't explain. I've spent weeks trying to rationalize it, but I just can't. I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My wife Sarah and I moved into a new house in Pinewood Creek with our 4-year-old son Ethan about 3 months ago. It's an older home, built in the 1980s but completely renovated last year. Nothing about it seemed off or unusual. We got a good deal because the previous owners were divorcing and needed to sell quickly. The neighborhood is quiet, lots of families, good schools, exactly what we were looking for. Everything was normal for the first couple months. We were still unpacking boxes, getting to know neighbors, and settling in. Ethan had just started preschool nearby, and Sarah was working from home 3 days a week in the office we set up downstairs. I had the typical new homeowner concerns, fixing a leaky faucet, figuring out why the garage door opener was temperamental, normal stuff. Then came that night. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I had a big presentation at work the next day and went to bed earlier than usual, around 10:30. Sarah had joined me around 11, and Ethan had crawled into our bed around midnight after having a bad dream, pretty typical for him in a new place. I fell asleep quickly but woke up suddenly when I felt Ethan wiggling against my back. Our bedroom was dark except for a soft glow coming through the partially open door from the hallway nightlight we kept on for Ethan. I glanced at Sarah and Ethan, both sound asleep, and was about to close my eyes again when something caught my attention. In the corner of our room, about 4 feet away from the foot of the bed, was a shadow. Not just any shadow. This was darker than the surrounding darkness. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I blinked a few times and rubbed my eyes, but it was still there. It took me a moment to realize what was wrong. There was nothing in that corner that could cast a shadow. No furniture, no clothes hanging up, nothing. Just an empty corner between our dresser and the wall. And yet, there it was, a dense black shape, roughly human-sized, standing completely still. My heart started pounding so hard I was sure it would wake Sarah. I tried to convince myself it was just my eyes adjusting to the darkness, or maybe a shadow from a tree outside our window. But we have blackout curtains, and there wasn't enough light coming in to cast any shadows. As I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, it moved. It wasn't an obvious movement, more like a subtle shift, the way someone might adjust their weight when standing for too long. That's when I knew for certain there was someone or something in our room. My first thought was an intruder. We'd just moved in, and maybe we hadn't changed all the locks properly. Maybe someone had a key. I remembered the baseball bat I kept under my side of the bed for security. Trying not to alert whatever was standing there, I slowly slid my hand under the covers, inching it toward the edge of the bed where I could reach down for the bat. The shadow didn't move again, but I had the strangest feeling it was watching me, waiting. I could feel sweat breaking out across my forehead and back, and my mouth went completely dry. My family was right next to me, completely vulnerable, and all that stood between them and whatever this was me. I decided to act quickly. In one motion, I lunged toward the edge of the bed, reaching for the bat, ready to confront the intruder. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The moment I moved, the shadow figure reacted, but not like a person would. This thing, and I don't know what else to call it, seemed to collapse in on itself. It was like watching someone melt, but in fast forward. In less than a second, that tall, human-shaped shadow compressed into a dense, basketball-sized ball of pure darkness, and then it moved. God, the way it moved. It shot along the edge of our bed, not touching the floor but hovering maybe 2 feet above it, and streaked out through the bedroom door into the hallway. The whole thing happened in maybe 2 seconds. There was no sound, not footsteps, not clothing rustling, not even the whoosh of air you'd expect from something moving that fast. Just complete silence. I sat there, frozen, bat in hand, staring at the empty doorway. My brain couldn't process what I'd just seen. It wasn't just dark, like a shadow. It was like it was absorbing the light around it, and the way it moved. Nothing human moves like that. Sarah and Ethan were still asleep, completely undisturbed. Part of me wanted to wake Sarah, but what would I say? Hey, I just saw a shadow person turn into a ball and zoom out of our room. She'd think I was having a nightmare or losing my mind. I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and checked the time, 2:55 a.m. I took a screenshot, wanting some record that I was awake and alert at this time. Then I opened the app for our security system. We have cameras outside the house, front and back, and one in the main living area downstairs. I checked the footage from the last hour. Nothing. No one had entered or left the house. The living room camera showed an empty, quiet room. Still, I needed to check the house. I grabbed my pistol from the lockbox in my nightstand. The bat suddenly seemed inadequate, and slowly made my way out of the bedroom. I flipped on lights as I went, checking every room, every closet, behind every door. I even looked in the attic access and the crawl space under the stairs. Nothing was disturbed. All doors and windows were locked. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been in our home. I ended up sitting in the kitchen with all the lights on until dawn, my gun on the table, jumping at every creak and settling noise the house made. I couldn't shake the image of that shadow, the way it had changed shape, the way it had moved. When Sarah came down around 6:30, I must have looked terrible because the first thing she asked was if I was sick. I told her I hadn't slept well, which was certainly true, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. Not yet. I needed to figure out if there was a rational explanation first. I went through the day in a fog, my presentation at work, completely forgettable. I kept researching on my phone whenever I had a free moment. Shadow people, hallucinations, sleep disorders, even carbon monoxide poisoning. Nothing quite matched what I'd experienced. That evening, as we were getting dinner ready, Sarah mentioned something that made my blood run cold. "It's funny," she said casually, chopping vegetables. "Last night I got up to use the bathroom around 1 a.m., and when I was walking back to bed, I thought I saw someone standing in the office doorway, just for a split second. Then I blinked, and it was gone." My hand froze on the refrigerator door. "What did it look like?" She shrugged. "Just a dark shape. I figured it was just my eyes playing tricks in the dark." "Why?" I told her then. "Everything. The shadow in our room, how it changed, how it moved." As I spoke, her face got paler, and by the time I finished, she was sitting down at the kitchen table. "What do you think it was?" she whispered, glancing toward the living room where Ethan was watching cartoons. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I don't think it was human. We've been in the house for another month now. We've had the wiring checked, installed more security cameras, had the house blessed by a local minister, Sarah's idea, and even had a paranormal investigator come by. My idea, surprisingly. Nothing unusual has shown up on any of the new cameras. The investigator found some cold spots, but nothing conclusive. But sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I feel like I'm being watched. And twice now, I've caught glimpses of something dark moving just at the edge of my vision. Sarah wants to move, but we sank everything we had into this house. We can't afford to leave, not yet, so we keep the lights on more. We check on Ethan constantly, and I lie awake most nights watching the corners of our bedroom, wondering if it's still here with us, whatever it is and what it wants. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone had told me this story a few months ago, I'd have thought they were sleep-deprived or watching too many horror movies. But I know what I saw. That thing wasn't a trick of light or a hallucination. It was there, in our room, watching us sleep. And sometimes I think it's still here, waiting. I'll create you. Story 13. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 4 months since everything happened, but I can still smell the burning when I close my eyes. I've never shared this with anyone outside our town because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help. I live in Millbrook, population 832. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business, where the most exciting thing that usually happens is when someone gets a new car or when the high school football team wins a game. At least, that's how it used to be. It all started on a Tuesday in late October. I remember because I was planning my Halloween decorations when I heard the sirens. In Millbrook, sirens always draw attention. I stepped outside onto my porch and saw 3 fire trucks speeding down Oakwood Road toward the old Mercer place. The Mercer house had been owned by Eleanor Mercer, a widow who kept to herself. Most people in town avoided her. There were rumors she practiced witchcraft or something, but that's small-town gossip for you. Truth is, she was just a lonely old woman whose husband died 15 years ago. She rarely left her property, and when she did, she avoided eye contact and hurried back home. I got in my car and drove toward the commotion like half the town was doing. By the time I arrived, the firefighters had the blaze under control, but the damage was extensive. The front of the house was charred black, and smoke still billowed from the windows. Sheriff Cooper was keeping onlookers at a distance. When I asked him what happened, his face went pale. "Eleanor set herself on fire," he said quietly, "doused herself in gasoline on the front porch and lit a match." My stomach dropped. I hadn't known Eleanor well, but no one deserves to go like that. The image of her burning alive haunted me as I drove home. I wondered what could push someone to such desperation. The town was unusually quiet for the next week. Eleanor's suicide was the only thing anyone talked about in hushed tones at the diner or the grocery store. There was no family to claim her body, so the town council arranged a small funeral. Only a handful of people attended. Then, exactly 7 days after Eleanor's death, the calls started coming in to the sheriff's office. I only know this because my cousin works as a dispatcher there. She called me that night, her voice shaking. "People are seeing something at the Mercer place," she told me. "Sheriff Cooper thinks it's just kids playing pranks, but I'm not so sure." According to her, 3 separate neighbors had called reporting strange lights and what sounded like screaming coming from the abandoned house. The descriptions were all disturbingly similar. They saw what looked like flames inside the house, but the flames weren't actually burning anything, and inside those flames, they could make out a human silhouette. I didn't believe it at first. Like the sheriff, I assumed it was teenagers messing around, maybe feeling guilty about how the town had treated Eleanor and acting out, but then I saw it myself. I was driving home from my late shift at the hospital around 11:30 that night. My route takes me past the Mercer place. As I approached the house, I noticed a faint orange glow coming from inside. I slowed down, thinking maybe someone had broken in and started a fire. What I saw next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Through the front window, I could see what looked like flames, but they weren't behaving like normal fire. They seemed to hover in place, flickering but not spreading. And in the center of this impossible fire was a human shape, a woman, her arms outstretched, her mouth open in what appeared to be a silent scream. The flames were both there and not there at the same time. I could see through them to the wall behind, but they were clearly visible. And the woman, she was burning, but not burning away. I nearly crashed my car. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking so badly I could barely put the car in park. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes, unable to look away from the window. Then, as suddenly as I'd noticed it, the fiery apparition vanished, leaving the house dark and empty. I drove straight to Sheriff Cooper's house instead of going home. I knew he'd probably think I was crazy or that I'd been working too many hours, but I had to tell someone. To my surprise, he listened calmly, nodding occasionally as I described what I'd seen. "You're the 4th person tonight," he said after I finished, "and the 10th this week." He told me he'd check it out in the morning, but I could tell he was troubled. Sheriff Cooper was a practical man who'd never given much credit to ghost stories or superstitions, but something about this had him on edge. Word spread quickly through town the next day. Some people claimed to have seen the burning woman themselves, while others dismissed it as mass hysteria. By evening, small groups had gathered near the Mercer place, keeping a safe distance, but hoping to catch a glimpse of the phenomenon. That's when Walter Peterson decided to take matters into his own hands. Walter was in his 70s, a Korean War veteran who prided himself on never backing down from anything. He lived about half a mile down the road from the Mercer place and had been complaining about the nonsense going on there for days. I was among the onlookers when Walter marched right up to the front yard of the Mercer house around 8 that evening. He stood there, hands on his hips, glaring at the dark windows. "Come on out, you pranksters," he shouted. "You think you're scaring anyone with your little light show? Eleanor's dead and gone, and this is just disrespectful." Several people called for him to come back, but Walter ignored them. He continued ranting, his voice getting louder and angrier. He called Eleanor crazy and disturbed, saying the town was better off without her. That's when it happened. All the windows of the house lit up simultaneously with that same unnatural orange glow. The silhouette appeared in the upstairs window, a woman engulfed in flames that didn't consume her, but this time we could all hear the screaming. It was high-pitched and agonizing, like someone being burned alive. Walter stumbled backward, his bravado gone in an instant. The fiery figure in the window seemed to be looking directly at him. Then, in a movement that didn't seem human, it rushed toward the glass as if to break through it. The windows didn't shatter, but Walter ran. We all did. I jumped into my car and peeled out of there so fast I nearly hit another vehicle. In my rearview mirror, I could see the Mercer house glowing like a beacon, the screams still audible even with my windows up. I went straight home and locked every door and window. I tried calling Sheriff Cooper, but the line was busy. I later found out the station was flooded with calls. The next morning, I heard that Walter had been taken to the hospital. According to his wife, he'd been trying to build a fire in their fireplace when a log inexplicably flew out of the stack and struck him in the head with enough force to knock him unconscious. He needed 12 stitches. When I visited him at the hospital, I'm a nurse there, he was pale and withdrawn. This was not the defiant Walter I knew. When I asked him about what happened, he just shook his head. "I shouldn't have said those things," he whispered. "She heard me. She followed me home." After that incident, a strange silence fell over Millbrook. People stopped talking about the Mercer house or Eleanor's suicide altogether. The gatherings near the property ceased. Even at the diner, which was usually the epicenter of town gossip, no one mentioned it. It wasn't just that people stopped talking about it, they actively avoided the subject. If someone brought it up, others would quickly change the topic or make excuses to leave. The town council meeting that week skipped over the agenda item about what to do with the Mercer property, despite it being listed on the schedule. I tried bringing it up with my friend Lisa at work, asking if she'd heard about Walter's accident. "I don't want to talk about that," she said sharply, then lowered her voice. "None of us should be talking about it. She doesn't like it when we talk about her." "Who, Eleanor?" I asked. Lisa just gave me a frightened look and walked away. The fear had spread through the town like a virus. People began taking detours to avoid passing the Mercer house. Some even moved away altogether, selling their homes for well below market value just to get out quickly. I wanted to believe it was just superstition getting out of hand, but I couldn't forget what I'd seen that night. The burning woman who wasn't consumed by flames. The scream that sounded like it came from beyond death itself. Sheriff Cooper finally addressed it at a town meeting 2 weeks later. He didn't mention the apparition directly, but announced that the Mercer property was off limits due to structural concerns following the fire. Anyone caught trespassing would be fined. No one questioned this obvious excuse. After the meeting, I approached him privately. "Are we just going to pretend nothing's happening?" I asked. He looked around to make sure no one was listening. "What would you have me do? File a police report about a ghost? The county would send someone to evaluate my mental health." "But Walter had an accident," he interrupted firmly. "A coincidence, nothing more." But his eyes told a different story. Sheriff Cooper was scared too. That night, I drove past the Mercer house on my way home from work. I don't know what compelled me to do it. Curiosity, maybe, or a need to confront my fear. The house was dark and still, no sign of the burning woman. As I passed, my car radio, which had been playing quietly, suddenly blasted static at full volume. The smell of smoke filled the car even though all the windows were closed. In my rearview mirror, I thought I saw a flicker of orange light from the house, but when I looked back, there was nothing. I haven't driven down that road since. 4 months later, the Mercer house still stands empty. No one in town will talk about Eleanor or what happened there. The property remains untouched, the for sale sign that briefly appeared having been removed after the listing agent quit unexpectedly. Walter Peterson moved away last month. Before he left, he came to the hospital to say goodbye. He looked years older, his once confident posture now stooped and uncertain. "She won't let us forget," he told me, his voice barely audible. "Some things follow you." I asked him what he meant, but he just shook his head and left. Sometimes at night, I wake up to the smell of smoke, though there's never a fire. My dreams are filled with screams and flames that burn without consuming. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see a figure standing at the foot of my bed, a woman shaped from flickering orange light, her mouth open in a silent scream. I don't know if Eleanor Mercer's spirit is haunting our town, or if this is all some kind of collective delusion. All I know is that something changed in Millbrook that October night, and none of us who witnessed it will ever be the same. Story 14. I never really believed in ghosts until last month. I'm still processing what happened, so forgive me if this comes out a bit jumbled. I need to get this off my chest, and I figure people here might understand or have experienced something similar. Our cat Julian died 3 weeks ago. He was this gorgeous Siamese, gray and white with these piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through you. We'd had him for almost 8 years, and he wasn't just a pet. Anyone who says it's just a cat clearly never had one like Julian. Julian was special from the day we brought him home. Most cats are independent, right? But Julian would follow you around the house like a puppy. He'd sit on the edge of the bathtub while you showered. He'd wait by the door when you left and be there when you got back. And he had this weird thing where he played fetch with pencil-top erasers. Not toy mice or balls, just those little pink erasers you put on the end of pencils. My mom or sister would throw one and he'd tear after it, pick it up in his mouth, and bring it right back, over and over until they got tired of throwing it. He was especially attached to my mom and sister. Every night, without fail, he'd sleep curled up next to my sister. I loved him too, of course, but I was always busy with school and work and friends. I'd pet him when I passed by or give him treats, but I never spent as much time with him as they did. I regret that now. The day Julian died started like any other. I was working on a paper for my economics class. My sister was watching TV in her room, Mom was cooking dinner, and Dad was in the garage fixing something. Julian had seemed fine that morning, ate his breakfast, played with his erasers, took his usual spot on the windowsill to watch birds. Around 4 in the afternoon, my sister screamed. Not like a startled scream, but this gut-wrenching wail that made me knock over my chair rushing to her room. When I got there, she was cradling Julian in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. He was limp. His eyes were open but vacant. "He was just sleeping next to me," she kept saying between sobs. "He was fine, and then he made this weird noise and started shaking, and now he won't move." Mom came running in, took one look, and started crying too. Dad called the emergency vet, but it was already too late. Julian was gone. The vet later said it was probably a heart condition, something congenital that we couldn't have known about or prevented. We were all devastated, but my sister and Mom were inconsolable. Julian had been my sister's shadow since she was 12. She's 17 now, and they'd grown up together. Mom had been the one who'd spent hours playing fetch with him, who made sure his food was just right, who took him to every vet appointment. We buried Julian that evening in the backyard under the maple tree where he used to watch birds. Dad made a little wooden marker with his name on it. We all said something like a mini funeral. Everyone was crying except me. It's not that I wasn't sad. I was. But I've never been good at showing emotion in front of people, even my family. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I sat on my floor and finally let myself cry. I apologized to Julian for not spending more time with him, for all the times I was too busy to play with him, for not appreciating him enough while he was here. I felt guilty that I hadn't been there when he died, that I never got to say a proper goodbye. Our other cat, Rascal, a chunky tabby we'd adopted a year after Julian, seemed confused by all the commotion. He kept wandering around the house, looking in all of Julian's favorite spots. I tried to comfort him, but I was too wrapped up in my own grief to be much help. I eventually went to bed around midnight, emotionally drained. I remember checking my phone, seeing it was 12:17, and thinking I should try to get some sleep because I had class the next day. I turned off my light and curled up under my comforter, still sniffling a bit. I don't know how long I'd been lying there when it happened, maybe 20 minutes. I was definitely still awake, staring at the wall, replaying memories of Julian in my head. That's when I felt it, the distinct sensation of a cat walking on my bed. If you've ever had a cat, you know exactly what I mean. That rhythmic, careful pressure of paws pressing into the mattress, moving slowly across the bed. It's unmistakable. I immediately assumed it was Rascal coming to sleep with me, which wasn't unusual. He sometimes slept in my room when my sister kept her door closed. But something felt off. The weight and pattern didn't feel right. Rascal is a big boy, 13 pounds of fluff and attitude. His footsteps are heavy, and he usually flops down dramatically wherever he decides to sleep. These footsteps were lighter, more deliberate, more like Julian's. A chill ran through me as I realized what I was feeling. I froze, not daring to move as the footsteps continued up from the foot of my bed, along my legs, and settled near my hip. I felt the slight depression in the mattress, as if a small cat had curled up there. My heart pounding, I slowly turned my head to look. There was nothing there. The comforter was indented slightly in a perfect circle, exactly the way it would be if a cat had settled there. But there was no cat. I shot upright, switching on my bedside lamp with shaking hands. The indentation remained for a second, then slowly rose back to normal, as if whatever had been there had just stood up. "Julian," I whispered, feeling both terrified and hopeful. No response, of course. What had I expected? I scanned my room, half expecting to see a ghostly cat, but everything looked normal. My economics textbook on the desk, clothes draped over my chair, window slightly open to let in the cool night air. That's when I noticed it. On my desk chair, a single pink pencil top eraser. I stared at it, my blood running cold. I hadn't bought erasers like that in years. I used mechanical pencils with built-in erasers for school. We kept Julian's special erasers in a drawer in the kitchen, and I knew for a fact there hadn't been an eraser on my chair earlier that day. As I sat there trying to process what was happening, my door creaked open slightly. I nearly jumped out of my skin until I saw Rascal's actual, physical, very much alive face peeking in. He meowed questioningly and padded into the room, jumping onto my bed and headbutting my arm for attention. I scooped him up, holding him close, tears streaming down my face. "Did you see him too?" I asked Rascal, who just purred and kneaded my stomach with his paws. I spent the rest of that night with Rascal curled against me, unable to sleep, staring at that pink eraser on my chair. I didn't dare get up to touch it. Part of me was afraid it would disappear if I did, proving I'd imagined the whole thing. Another part was afraid it wouldn't disappear, that it would be real, confirming something I couldn't explain had happened. When morning finally came, I got up and went straight to the chair. The eraser was still there. I picked it up with trembling fingers. It was solid, real, slightly worn on one side, exactly like the ones Julian used to play with. I've kept that eraser. It's in my desk drawer now, wrapped in a small piece of cloth. I haven't told my family about what happened. They're still processing their grief, and I don't want to make things harder for them. My sister still cries herself to sleep some nights. Mom still occasionally calls Julian's name by mistake when it's feeding time. But I know what happened that night. Julian came back to say goodbye to me specifically, the one person who hadn't been there at the end, who hadn't had proper closure. He came back to let me know it was okay, that he knew I loved him too, in my own way. I've never been a spiritual person. I've always thought people who claim to have encountered ghosts or spirits were either lying or had experienced some kind of psychological phenomenon that their brains interpreted as supernatural. But I can't explain what happened that night. The weight on my bed was real. The indentation was real. The eraser is real. Sometimes at night, I think I feel him again. That distinctive light tread across my comforter. It never lasts long, just a brief visit. Rascal seems to sense it too. He'll suddenly look up at nothing, his ears perked forward, watching something I can't see move across the room. Last week I found another eraser, this time on the kitchen counter near Julian's food bowl. No one in my family put it there. Rascal can't open drawers. It just appeared. I don't tell people about this often because I know how it sounds. If someone had told me this story a month ago, I'd have thought they were making it up or had dreamed the whole thing. But I know what I felt, what I saw, what I continue to experience. Julian is gone, but somehow he's still here. Not all the time, not in a way I can predict or control, but in moments when the house is quiet and the grief feels particularly heavy. I'm not afraid anymore. There's something comforting about knowing that whatever comes after death, love can bridge that gap, even if just for a moment, even if just to say goodbye. So that's my story. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts in general, but I believe in Julian's ghost, and every time I see a pencil-top eraser in an unexpected place, I smile and whisper, "I miss you too, buddy." Story 15. I've never told the full story to anyone before. Even my husband only knows bits and pieces. Some of this I've tried to convince myself was just childhood imagination, but I can't explain everything away that easily. I was only 3 the first time it happened. I remember it so clearly, which is weird because I don't have many other memories from being that young. I was walking down the hallway of our old house in Westfield when I noticed something moving on the ceiling. It wasn't a bug or a shadow from a tree outside. It was like a person crawling upside down, but completely black. Not black like skin color, but black like it was made of darkness itself. I froze, absolutely terrified. It started crawling toward me along the ceiling, and I remember my legs felt like they were stuck in mud. When I finally managed to move, I ran as fast as I could to my mom's room. I could feel it following me, like a cold breeze on the back of my neck. Mom wasn't there, but I slammed the door and hid under her covers. After a few minutes, I got brave enough to peek out. That's when I saw something that still makes my skin crawl 20 years later. I could see myself in my mom's big mirror across the room, but my reflection was wrong. I wasn't smiling, but my reflection was. Not a normal smile either. It stretched too wide, like something was pulling the corners of its mouth, and its eyes followed me even when I moved side to side. I remember thinking, that's not me. I screamed my head off until my mom came running. By then, whatever I'd seen was gone. She told me it was just a bad dream, but I know the difference between dreams and reality. I was wide awake. For a while after that, nothing major happened. Just the occasional feeling of being watched or toys moving to different spots than where I'd left them. My mom chalked it up to forgetfulness or an overactive imagination. I almost started to believe her. Then when I was 5, something happened that no one could explain away. I was using the bathroom in our house, just sitting there minding my own business. There was a glass of water my stepdad Richard had left on the counter. I was staring right at it when it suddenly slid, all by itself, straight off the edge and smashed on the floor. I freaked out and ran out of the bathroom. Richard came stomping down the hallway, demanding to know what happened. When I tried to tell him the glass moved by itself, his face turned red with anger. "Don't you lie to me, Lily. You knocked it over and now you're making up stories." I tried to explain, crying and desperate, but he didn't believe me. I got sent to my room without dinner for lying. That was the first time I realized adults wouldn't believe me about these things, and I started keeping them to myself. When I was 8, we moved into this old 2-story house a few blocks away. It was bigger, with more rooms for me to play in, but something felt off about it from day one. My room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, and I hated walking past the other rooms to get there. I always felt like someone was watching me from inside them, even when the doors were open and I could see they were empty. I started seeing things in the corners of my eyes, shapes that looked like people standing still, watching me, but whenever I'd turn to look directly at them, they'd be gone. This happened so often that I developed this nervous habit of constantly looking over my shoulder, which I still do today. The worst part was the nights. I started waking up at exactly 3 a.m. every single night. Not 3:01 or 2:59, exactly 3 like clockwork. I'd jolt awake with this overwhelming feeling of dread, like something terrible was about to happen. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps in the hallway, but when I'd work up the courage to check, there would be nobody there. I started having this recurring dream too. In it, I'd be standing in my bedroom, and I'd see this girl with long dark hair wearing a white nightgown. She'd never look at me, just stand with her back turned. Then she'd walk down the stairs and out the front door. In the dream, I'd follow her outside, where she'd lead me through this beautiful meadow full of wildflowers. I'd call out to her, but she never responded or turned around. For my 9th birthday, my mom and Richard got me a new bed with this built-in bookshelf headboard. I was so excited. I loved reading, and the idea of having all my favorite books right above my head seemed perfect. But that's when things got so much worse. The night after my birthday, I went to bed feeling particularly uneasy. The watching feeling was stronger than ever. I couldn't shake the sensation that something was standing in the corner of my room, staring at me. I grabbed all my pillows and stuffed animals and built this little fort around my head, like a protective barrier between me and whatever was in my room. That night, I had the dream again, but it was different. I followed the girl through the meadow like always, but this time, when we reached the center, she stopped. Slowly, she started to turn around. I remember feeling this mix of curiosity and absolute terror. When she finally faced me, there was nothing there. No face, just a blank, empty space where her features should have been. I woke up gasping for air, my heart racing so fast I thought it might explode. The clock on my nightstand read 3:01 a.m. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized something was happening. The books on my headboard shelf were moving, sliding toward the edge, one by one, like someone was pushing them from behind. These weren't paperbacks, they were heavy hardcovers that would have seriously hurt me if they'd fallen on my face while I was sleeping. But they didn't hit me because of the pillow fort I'd built. The books crashed against my pillows and slid down onto the bed. I was too terrified to scream or move. I just lay there, rigid with fear, until morning came. When I told my mom about it the next day, she said I must have bumped the shelf in my sleep. But I know I didn't. There's no way all those books could have moved on their own unless someone, or something, had pushed them. After that night, I refused to sleep with books above my head. I rearranged my room so that my bed was against a different wall. My mom thought I was being ridiculous, but she let me do it anyway. The activity in the house seemed to come in waves. Sometimes weeks would go by without anything strange happening, and I'd start to relax, thinking maybe it was over. Then something would happen that would remind me it was still there, watching and waiting. When I was 11, I finally convinced my mom to let me have friends sleep over. My best friend Amber came to stay the night, and we set up sleeping bags in the living room. In the middle of the night, she woke up screaming. She was shaking uncontrollably and couldn't tell me what was wrong. She just kept saying she needed to call her mom to come get her. When I asked her the next day what had happened, she said she couldn't remember her nightmare, just that it was the worst fear she'd ever felt. After that, none of my friends would sleep over anymore. Word got around school that my house was haunted, and kids started avoiding me. I became the weird girl who lived in the creepy house. It was lonely, but in a way I was relieved that someone else had experienced something too. It meant I wasn't crazy. As I got older, the activity lessened but never completely stopped. I'd still occasionally wake up at 3 a.m. with that same feeling of dread. Sometimes I'd hear my name being whispered when no one was there, or catch glimpses of that faceless girl in reflective surfaces. We moved out when I was 16 after my mum and Richard divorced. I thought leaving that house would end it, but I was wrong. Whatever had attached itself to me in that first house when I was 3 had followed me to the second house, and now it followed me to our apartment across town. I'm 23 now, living in my own place with my husband. Most nights are normal, but sometimes I still wake up at exactly 3 a.m. Sometimes I still see movement in the corners of my eyes. I've learned to live with it, to pretend it's not happening. But last week, something happened that brought it all rushing back. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, I glanced up at the mirror and saw her standing behind me, the girl from my dreams, still faceless, still in that white nightgown. I spun around, but of course there was nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, my own reflection was smiling at me with that same unnatural grin from when I was 3. I haven't told my husband. What would I even say? Hey, I've been haunted by something since I was a kid, and now it's in our apartment too. He'd think I'm crazy. I don't know what this thing wants from me or why it chose me. All I know is that it's been with me for 20 years, and I don't think it's ever going to leave. Sometimes I wonder if it's waiting for something, some specific moment. Other times, I think maybe it's just enjoying my fear, feeding off it somehow. I still sleep with a protective barrier of pillows around my head. I still check behind doors before I close them, and I still avoid looking into mirrors at night. I just hope that whatever it is, it doesn't want to hurt me, because after all these years, I'm starting to think it could have done that a long time ago, if that's what it wanted. Maybe it just wants company, or maybe it's waiting for me to follow it through that meadow one more time, to find out what's on the other side. Story 16. I've always prided myself on being practical when it comes to money. That's why I got into real estate investing in the first place. Buy low, rent high, build equity. Simple math. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural nonsense. I was all about the numbers, the investment potential, the financial security. That changed 3 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. It started with a text from my college friend Zoe. We've stayed in touch over the years. The message caught my interest immediately. Hey Jen, know you're looking for investment properties. My in-laws are selling their son's flat, great location, barely lived in, might go at a discount. Interested? Of course I was interested. In this market, finding anything at below market value is like striking gold. I called Zoe that evening to get more details. It's in Westwood Heights, she said, referring to one of the most desirable neighborhoods in the city. Buildings only 2 years old, modern amenities, doorman, the works. Sounds expensive, I replied, already calculating financing options in my head. There was a slight pause before Zoe continued. Well, there's a reason they might sell below market. My brother-in-law, he lived there for about a year before he committed suicide in the bathroom. I remember feeling a momentary pang of sympathy, but my investor brain quickly took over. Properties with dark histories typically sell for 15 to 25% below market value. It was unfortunate, but potentially a great opportunity. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, trying to sound appropriately somber. When did this happen? About 8 months ago. The place has been sitting empty since then. My in-laws just can't bring themselves to deal with it, but they're finally ready to sell. We arranged for me to view the property the following Saturday. Zoe would meet me there with her in-laws. I spent the week researching comparable properties in the area, preparing my negotiation strategy, and arranging financing pre-approval. I was excited about the potential deal. Saturday arrived and I drove to Westwood Heights, feeling that familiar pre-deal buzz. The building was exactly as Zoe had described, modern, upscale, with a uniformed doorman who directed me to the 11th floor. The hallway was quiet, with plush carpeting that muffled my footsteps. Zoe was waiting outside Unit 1104 with an older couple I assumed were her in-laws. She made the introductions, Robert and Margaret Chen. They were polite but reserved, with the stiff formality of people who were uncomfortable with the situation. "Thank you for coming," Robert said as he unlocked the door. "Please, come in." The apartment was stunning. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a panoramic view of the city. The open-concept living space featured high-end finishes, marble countertops, hardwood floors, recessed lighting. The place still smelled faintly of fresh paint, as if it had barely been lived in. "It's a two-bedroom, two-bathroom unit," Margaret explained, her voice slightly strained. 1,300 square feet. The furniture is included in the asking price. I nodded, noting the expensive-looking sectional sofa, the dining table that could seat 6, the large smart TV mounted on the wall. Everything looked barely used. "Michael always had good taste," Zoe commented quietly. I followed them through the apartment, taking mental notes. The kitchen was a chef's dream with high-end appliances. The master bedroom was spacious with a walk-in closet. The second bedroom had been set up as a home office. Then we reached the master bathroom. It was beautiful. A large soaking tub, a glass-enclosed shower, double sinks with a marble vanity. But the energy in the room felt different somehow. Heavier. "This is where Michael," Robert started, his voice breaking slightly. He cleared his throat. "This is where it happened. He used a drug that's only available to medical staff. He was a surgeon. It was peaceful, at least. The police said he wouldn't have suffered." I nodded, unsure what to say. The bathroom was immaculate. No sign of the tragedy that had occurred there. I found myself staring at the large soaking tub, trying not to imagine the scene. "He was 32, Margaret said softly. "Brilliant career ahead of him. We never saw any signs." Zoe touched her mother-in-law's arm gently. "Maybe we should move on to the other rooms." We completed the tour in silence. The second bathroom, the laundry closet with new washer and dryer, the balcony with space for a small garden, every detail was perfect. Too perfect almost, like a show home rather than a place where someone had actually lived. Back in the living room, Robert pulled out some papers, disclosure forms, property details, the asking price. It was high, right at market value for the area, which surprised me. "The price seems a bit steep considering the circumstances," I ventured carefully. Robert's expression hardened slightly. "The property's value speaks for itself. The location, the amenities, the condition, it's all premium." "I understand, but properties with—" I hesitated, searching for a delicate way to phrase it. "With histories like this, typically sell at a discount." "We're not discounting Michael's home because of how he died," Margaret said firmly. "That would be like saying his life was worth less." I tried a different approach, discussing comparable properties, market trends, the potential difficulties in renting or reselling a property with disclosure requirements, but they wouldn't budge. After about 10 fruitless minutes of discussion, I realized this wasn't going to be the investment opportunity I'd hoped for. "I understand your position," I said finally. "Thank you for showing me the property. It's beautiful, but I think I'll need to pass at that price point." We exchanged awkward goodbyes. Zoe gave me a quick hug and whispered, "Sorry, I thought they might be more flexible." I assured her it was fine and headed down to the parking garage. It wasn't until I was sitting in my car that I noticed something strange. A heaviness had settled over me, a profound sadness that seemed to come from nowhere. I sat there, key in the ignition, but couldn't bring myself to start the car. Instead, tears welled up in my eyes. What was wrong with me? I wasn't normally emotional about failed business opportunities, but this felt different, deeper. A hollow ache in my chest that made it hard to breathe. I finally managed to start the car and drive home, but the feeling persisted. By the time I reached my apartment, dark thoughts were swirling through my mind. What was the point of all this? Working, saving, investing. It all seemed so meaningless suddenly. I had this overwhelming certainty that nothing would ever get better, that I was completely alone, that maybe it would be easier to just not exist. These thoughts terrified me because they weren't mine. I've had bad days, sure, even occasional bouts of mild depression, but I'd never experienced anything like this profound hopelessness that made me understand for the first time how someone could contemplate ending their own life. I tried to distract myself, turned on the TV, scrolled through social media, finally decided to bake something, an activity that usually calmed me. I mechanically measured flour, sugar, butter, trying to focus on the recipe rather than the dark thoughts that kept intruding. And then, about 20 minutes after I got home, it stopped. Just like that, the heaviness lifted, the dark thoughts dissipated, and I was left standing in my kitchen, hands covered in cookie dough, wondering what the hell had just happened. That's when I smelled it. A distinctly masculine cologne, sandalwood and something citrusy. It filled the kitchen for a few seconds, strong enough that I actually looked around, expecting to see someone there. But I was alone. I don't wear perfume, and I certainly don't own men's cologne. The scent lingered for maybe 5 seconds, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and in that moment, I knew. I don't know how I knew, but I was certain that Michael, a man I'd never met, had somehow followed me home from his apartment, that his despair had temporarily become mine, that I had, for 20 minutes, experienced the emotional state that had driven him to end his life. And then, with that brief cologne signature, he had moved on. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down. I'm not religious or spiritual. I don't believe in psychics or mediums or any of that stuff. But what had just happened was undeniable. Something had hitched a ride with me from that apartment. Something that had briefly made me feel what Michael had felt before disappearing. I called Zoe the next day, trying to sound casual as I asked, "Did your brother-in-law wear cologne, something with sandalwood maybe?" The line went quiet for so long I thought we'd been disconnected. "How did you know that?" she finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I told her what had happened, about the sudden depression, the suicidal thoughts that weren't mine, the cologne that appeared in my empty apartment. "Oh God, Jen," she said, "I should have warned you. That's why I moved out." "What do you mean? You lived there." "After Michael died, Wei and I tried to move in. His parents offered us the place rent-free. We thought it would be fine. I never even met Michael, and Wei wasn't close to him. But after 3 days, I couldn't take it anymore. The sadness that would come out of nowhere, and that cologne smell. It would appear randomly, in the shower, in the middle of dinner, when I was trying to sleep. Wei thought I was imagining things, but after I moved out, the feeling stopped. I've spent the last 3 weeks trying to make sense of what happened. Researching similar experiences, questioning my own sanity, wondering if I imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I know I didn't. For 20 minutes, I carried someone else's despair, and then, with that brief scent of cologne, it was gone. I called Robert and Margaret yesterday, told them I needed to decline viewing the property again, made up some excuse about financing falling through. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I'd experienced. How do you tell parents that their son's despair is still somehow attached to that beautiful apartment, that it reaches out to the living, makes them feel what he felt in his final days? I don't know if Michael is still there or if he's moved on. I don't know if what happened to me was a one-time thing or if it happens to everyone who visits. All I know is that I'll never set foot in Unit 1104 again, no matter how good the investment opportunity might be. Some prices are too high to pay. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts until we moved into that house in Nyssa, Oregon. It was one of those beautiful Victorian-style places, you know, with the ornate woodwork and high ceilings that make you feel like you've stepped back in time. My parents got it for a steal back in 2007. The previous owners were eager to sell, which should have been our first clue. Something wasn't right. We moved in with quite the menagerie. There was Beggar, our faithful old mutt who'd been with us since I was a kid. He was getting on in years, but still acted like a puppy when excited. We also had our calico cat Cleopatra, Cleo for short, who was the most independent cat you'd ever meet, except when she wanted attention. Then we had 2 newer additions, Nana, a sweet-tempered golden retriever, and Zipper, this hyperactive Jack Russell Terrier who never seemed to run out of energy. Right before we moved, Cleo had given birth to a litter of kittens. We named them Sock, Boots, Demon, and Tigger. Oh, and there was Iggy, my brother's 6-foot iguana, who mostly just lounged around soaking up heat. The first few weeks were normal, just the chaos of unpacking and settling in. The house was spacious with 4 bedrooms upstairs, a large kitchen, living room, and this weird cellar-type room off the kitchen that was always cold, even in summer. My mom used it for storage since none of us liked going in there. I first noticed something was off about a month after we moved in. I was doing homework in the living room when Cleo started acting strange. She ran full speed down the stairs, across the living room, then skidded to a stop about 10 feet from this large structural window in the corner of the room. She just froze there, staring. Her tail puffed up like a bottle brush, and she made this low growling sound I'd never heard from her before. After about 30 seconds, she bolted back upstairs, only to repeat the whole thing again 5 minutes later. "Mom," I called out, "Cleo's acting weird." My mom came in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "Cats are weird, honey." "No, but look at her. She keeps doing that same thing." We both watched as Cleo made another circuit, down the stairs, across the living room, skid to a stop, stare at the corner, then bolt back upstairs. "Huh," my mom said. "Maybe she sees a bug or something." But there was no bug, nothing visible at all, and Cleo kept doing it day after day. It became so routine that we stopped noticing after a while. Then one morning, I came downstairs to find Beggar standing in the middle of the living room, barking at that same corner. His hackles were up, and he had that deep warning bark, not his usual "someone's at the door" bark. "What is it, boy?" I asked, walking toward him. As I got closer to the corner, I felt, I don't know how to describe it except a sudden coldness, like walking through an invisible freezer door. The hair on my arms stood up, and I stopped. Beggar whined and backed away, pressing against my legs. I noticed something else that day. The corner with the window. It was completely bare. No furniture, no pictures on the wall, no decorations. When I thought about it, I realized we'd unconsciously been avoiding placing anything there since we moved in. "Hey, Mom," I asked later that day, "why don't we put anything in that corner of the living room, like maybe a plant or something?" She looked up from chopping vegetables, frowning slightly. "I don't know. It just doesn't feel right there." "What do you mean?" She set down her knife, looking thoughtful. "I'm not sure. It just feels cold over there. Not cozy." A week later, Cleo passed away in her sleep. Old age, the vet said. We were all heartbroken, especially me. She'd been my cat since I was 10. But the weird thing was, within days of her passing, her kittens, now adolescent cats, started doing the exact same routine she had. Down the stairs, across the living room, skid to a stop 10 feet from the corner, stare, then run back upstairs. All 4 of them, but especially Tigger. Tigger took it a step further. He would sit at a distance from the corner and hiss at it, his back arched, for hours sometimes. Nothing we did would distract him. It was like he was seeing something none of us could see. One afternoon, I was alone in the house. My parents were at work and my brother was at soccer practice. I was sitting on the couch reading when I noticed Iggy, who normally stayed in his terrarium in my brother's room, had somehow gotten out and was in the living room. He'd never done that before. Iggy was a creature of habit. He liked warm spots and would always seek out the sunniest place in a room. The corner with the window got the most direct sunlight in the entire house. By all logic, Iggy should have headed straight for it. Instead, he crawled to the middle of the living room floor, as far from that corner as he could get while still being in the sun, and just stayed there. I watched him for a while, noticing how he kept his head turned away from the corner. Occasionally, his whole body would tense up like he was ready to bolt. I found myself staring at the corner too, trying to see what he might be seeing. There was nothing there, just wall, window, hardwood floor, and yet, the longer I stared, the more I felt like there was something just outside my field of vision. Like when you think you see movement from the corner of your eye, but when you turn to look, nothing's there. It made my skin crawl. That night I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of Nana barking downstairs. Not just barking, howling, like she was in pain or terrified. I ran down to find her standing at the bottom of the stairs, facing the living room but refusing to enter it. Zipper was with her, making these high-pitched whines I'd never heard from him before. When I flipped on the light, I saw Tigger and his siblings all pressed against the far wall of the living room, their eyes fixed on that corner. Even Beggar, who usually slept through anything, was awake and alert, standing stiffly next to the couch. The room felt different. The air was heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, and so cold I could see my breath, and there was a smell, faint but unmistakable, like wet earth and something metallic. "Hello?" I called out stupidly, as if expecting an answer. My voice sounded muffled, like I was speaking through a pillow. Nothing happened, nothing visible anyway. But all at once, every animal in the room relaxed. Nana stopped barking. Zipper stopped whining. The cats unflattened their ears and started grooming themselves casually, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, I told my parents what had happened. My dad, ever the skeptic, suggested a power surge affecting the heating system, or maybe a raccoon outside the window. My mom seemed less convinced by her own suggestion that animals just act weird sometimes. We never directly acknowledged that there might be something supernatural going on, but we all started avoiding that corner even more consciously. We'd walk around the perimeter of the living room rather than cut across near it. No one would sit on the end of the couch closest to it. When we watched TV, we'd all crowd onto the love seat on the opposite side of the room, even though the larger couch had a better view. The cellar room was almost as bad. We kept the door closed most of the time. None of the animals would go in there willingly. If Zipper was chasing a toy and it rolled into that room, he'd stop at the threshold, whining until someone retrieved it for him. Iggy became visibly distressed if carried anywhere near it, and once, when we were bringing in groceries and my mom asked me to put some canned goods in there, I found Tigger sitting just outside the door, staring in, his tail swishing angrily. When I had friends over, they'd sometimes notice the bare corner and ask why we didn't put a chair or a plant there. I'd make up excuses, bad drafts, planning to paint, waiting for a special piece of furniture. I never told them that every single animal in our house acted like that corner was the gateway to hell. Christmas came, and we set up our tree in the dining room instead of the living room where it would have fit better. No one questioned it. It just seemed natural not to put it near that place. One night in January, I came downstairs for a glass of water and found my dad standing in the dark living room, staring at the corner. "Dad," I whispered, startled to find him there. He jumped slightly. "Oh, hey, kiddo. Couldn't sleep. What are you looking at?" He was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know," he finally said. "Sometimes I think I see a shadow or something, but it's probably just my imagination." "The animals see it too," I said quietly. He nodded slowly. Yeah, I think they do." That was as close as we ever came to acknowledging out loud that there was something wrong with that corner. We lived in that house for 3 years. In that time, we had 2 more cats, another dog, and even a pair of guinea pigs. Every single one of them avoided that corner and the cellar room. Tigger never stopped his vigilant hissing. Beggar, Nana, and Zipper never stopped barking at it whenever they had to pass by. Iggy continued to sunbathe only in the middle of the room, never near the window where the sun was strongest. We never saw anything concrete, no apparitions, no floating objects, no writing on the walls. Just the constant, unmistakable sense that something was there, something the animals could perceive much more clearly than we could. We moved out in 2010 when my dad got transferred for work. On our last day, after everything was packed and the moving truck was loaded, I stood alone in the empty living room looking at that corner. Without all our stuff, the house felt different, hollow and echoing. But that corner still felt heavy somehow, like the air there was thicker. As I turned to leave, I heard a sound, soft, almost imperceptible, like someone exhaling with relief. I never found out what was in that corner or that cellar room. We never researched the house's history or asked neighbors about previous occupants. Part of me didn't want to know. But to this day, I trust animals when they tell us something isn't right. They see things we don't, or can't, or won't. And whatever was in that house in Nissa, every single one of our pets knew it was there. even if we could only sense it in the prickling of our skin and the unconscious way we all kept our distance. Story 18. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for years. It was the summer of 1995 in Commerce City, Colorado. I was 13, and my little sister Lily was turning 9. Mom had planned this whole birthday party with all the usual stuff: cake, decorations, those pointy hats that hurt your chin with the elastic band. About 7 or 8 of Lily's friends came over, and me and a couple of my buddies were there too, mostly for the cake and ice cream. After the initial excitement died down, the weather took a turn. It started pouring outside, ruining Mom's plans for the backyard games she'd set up, so we were all stuck inside our living room, getting bored and antsy. That's when my mom, trying to save the party, suggested we try something spooky but fun to entertain everyone. She disappeared into her bedroom and came back with some notebook paper, a marker, and a shot glass from the kitchen cabinet. I remember being confused. What was she planning to do with that stuff? Then she arranged us all in a circle on the carpet and explained we were going to try to talk to spirits. A séance, she called it. She'd seen it in a movie or something and thought it would be a fun distraction. The whole thing was totally improvised. She wrote out the alphabet on pieces of notebook paper, arranged them in a circle, added yes and no cards, and numbers 0 through 9. The shot glass, turned upside down, would be our planchette. That's what she called it. Everyone was supposed to put one finger on it very lightly, and the spirits would move it to spell out answers to our questions. I thought it was stupid. I was 13, trying to act cool in front of my friends, rolling my eyes at my mom's attempt to entertain a bunch of 9-year-olds. But Lily and her friends were eating it up, wide-eyed and giggling nervously. My mom dimmed the lights and lit a few candles around the room. For atmosphere, she said. Mom started as the medium, whatever that meant. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and in this theatrical voice asked if any spirits were present and willing to communicate with us. Nothing happened for maybe 30 seconds, and I was about to make some smart-ass comment when the shot glass moved, just a little at first, then more deliberately toward yes. Everyone started freaking out, whispering and pointing fingers about who was pushing it. I was sure it was my mom trying to make the game work, but I was watching her hands, and they didn't seem to be applying any pressure. The little kids were too excited to maintain the composure needed to fake it convincingly. "Who are you?" Mom asked. The glass started moving again, spelling out ELVIS. Elvis Presley, one of Lily's friends squealed. The glass moved to yes. "No way," I said out loud. "Prove it. What's your middle name?" The glass spelled out AARON, which I knew was correct. "When were you born?" my friend Jake asked. The glass moved to spell out JANUARY and then to the number 8. "That's right," my mom said, sounding genuinely surprised. "What's your favorite song that you performed?" I asked, trying to trip up whoever was moving the glass. The glass spelled out SUSPICIOUSMINDS. I snorted. "Yeah, right. That's like his most famous song. Anyone would guess that." The glass suddenly moved violently to spell out FUCKYOU. "Oh my God," Mom gasped, while Lily's friends erupted in shocked giggles. "That's enough of that," Mom said firmly. "If you're going to use that language, you need to leave." The glass circled the board once, then stopped. We all looked at each other, not sure what to do next. "Is there anyone else who would like to speak with us?" Mom asked after a moment. "Someone more appropriate for a child's birthday party." The glass slowly moved again, this time spelling out BRIANLONG. "Hello, Brian," Mom said. "Can you tell us about yourself?" Over the next few minutes, the glass spelled out that Brian had been a student at Adams City High School, my school, and had drowned while on vacation somewhere on the West Coast in 1989. He said he was 17 when he died. There was something about the way the glass moved when Brian was communicating, smoother, more deliberate, less erratic than with Elvis. "Did you live in Commerce City?" I asked, genuinely curious now. The glass moved to yes. "On which street?" Jake asked. The glass spelled out ADAMS, which was only 3 blocks from our house. I felt a strange connection to Brian. Maybe it was knowing he'd walked the same school hallways I did, or that he'd lived so close by, but there was something about him that felt genuine, friendly even. "It's my sister Lily's birthday today," I said. "She's turning 9. The glass didn't move for several seconds. Then it spelled out WISHHERPPYBIRTHDAYFORME. And that's when it happened, the thing I still can't explain. Across the room, about 8 feet away from our circle, was a small white candle burning on the mantel. As we all watched the glass finish spelling Brian's message, the candle flame began to dim. It didn't flicker like there was a draft. It just gradually grew smaller and dimmer until it was barely there, just a tiny blue glow at the end of the wick. The room got noticeably darker. We all noticed it at the same time. The conversation stopped dead, and everyone's head turned toward the candle. For maybe 3 or 4 seconds, we just stared at this dying light. Then, without warning, the flame surged back to life, bigger and brighter than before. It flared up so suddenly that Lily's friend Emma screamed. When we turned back to the board, the glass was already moving again, spelling out HAPPYBIRTHDAYLILY. Nobody spoke. Nobody accused anyone of pushing the glass. Nobody had an explanation for the candle. The temperature in the room felt like it had dropped 10 degrees, and I remember getting goosebumps all up and down my arms. "Thank you, Brian," my mom finally said, her voice not quite steady. "That was very kind of you." The parents started showing up shortly after that to pick up Lily's friends, and the seance ended. But that night, lying in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about Brian, about how he'd drowned as a teenager, how he'd lived so close to us, walked the same streets I did, and most of all, about that candle. Over the next few weeks, we did the seance thing several more times as a family. We always asked specifically for Brian, and he always came through. He told us more about his life. He'd been on the swim team at Adams City High, ironic given how he died. He had a dog named Rusty. His favorite subject had been history. He seemed so normal, so human. Mom started getting uncomfortable with how often we were doing it, especially after she caught me and Lily trying it on our own one afternoon. She said it wasn't good to disturb the dead too often and put the makeshift board away, but I knew where she kept it. I started doing sessions by myself in my room. I'd wait until everyone was asleep, set up the letters and numbers on my bedroom floor, and talk to Brian. It sounds weird, but I felt like I'd made a friend. I'd tell him about school, about this girl I had a crush on, about how my parents were fighting more often. He'd offer advice or just listen. At least, that's how it felt. Looking back, I realize how strange it must seem, a 13-year-old boy having heart-to-heart conversations with what he believed was the spirit of a drowned teenager. This went on for about 2 months. Then one night in late August, I set up the board as usual and called for Brian. The glass moved, but something felt different. The movements were jerky, aggressive almost. "Brian?" I asked. "Is that you?" The glass moved to no. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "Who is this then?" "DONTMATTER," the glass spelled out. "Where's Brian? I want to talk to him." The glass circled the board once, then spelled out GONE. "Gone where?" I pressed .M-O-V-E-D-O-N. The glass responded. "What do you mean? Moved on? Where did he go?" "HEAVEN," came the reply, followed by NOTCOMINGBACK. I felt my throat tighten. It was stupid. I knew it was stupid to feel sad about a ghost, if that's even what Brian was, but I did. "Can I talk to someone else then?" I asked. YOUDONTWANTTHAT. A chill ran through me, and without thinking, I pulled my finger off the glass and scrambled backward. The shot glass didn't stop moving. With no one touching it, it slid to the edge of my arranged papers and fell over onto the carpet. I gathered everything up that night and shoved it all deep in my closet. I never told my family what happened, and I never used that makeshift spirit board again. I'm 39 now, and I still think about Brian sometimes, about whether he was real, whether any of it was real. I've looked online for records of an Adams City High student named Brian Long who drowned in 1989, but haven't found anything conclusive. Maybe I never will, but I still can't explain that candle. How it dimmed and then flared back to life at exactly that moment. Sometimes when I'm alone and there are candles burning, I find myself watching the flames, half expecting them to respond to some unseen presence. They never do, but I keep watching anyway. The whole experience changed me in ways I'm still understanding. It opened my mind to possibilities I'd never considered before. Was Brian real? Was he just a product of our collective imagination, or something we manufactured with the ideomotor effect? Or was he actually something from beyond that found a way to reach through and touch our world, if only for a brief time? I don't know. But sometimes, especially on quiet nights, I find myself thinking about a 17-year-old boy who drowned decades ago, and I hope that wherever he is now, it's somewhere good. Story 19 says it creeps her out too much, so I've kept it to myself mostly. But after what happened last Christmas, I can't stop thinking about it, and I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. I'm 16 now, but apparently this all started when I was just a baby. Our house is this old Victorian place from the 1800s, just outside of Norwich. It's the kind of place tourists take pictures of, all brick with these fancy windows and a garden that my mum spends way too much time on. I used to love it here, but now I'm not so sure. The first incident happened 15 years ago. My dad never talked about it until recently. He woke up in the middle of the night and saw an old man sitting in the wooden chair in the corner of their bedroom, just sitting there, watching. Dad said the man looked ancient, with this wispy white hair and sunken cheeks, wearing old-fashioned clothes like something from a museum. The worst part was his eyes. Dad said they looked hollow, like there was nothing behind them. Dad freaked out, obviously. He grabbed me from my cot in the next room, then my sister Emma, who was 3 at the time, and ran downstairs. He was so scared he couldn't even speak properly. When he finally got the courage to go back upstairs with my uncle who was staying over, the old man was gone. The chair was empty. They searched the whole house but found nothing. My mum had no idea about any of this. Dad never told her because he didn't want to scare her. He convinced himself it was just his imagination, maybe a half dream or something. But a few months later, Mum had her own experience. She woke up one night and the old man was leaning over her in bed, right over her face. She said she couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stare at him as he stared back. His face was inches from hers. She said she could smell something like damp earth and old cologne. When she finally managed to move, she grabbed us kids and ran out of the house in her nightgown. She called Dad at work. He was doing night shifts then, and he rushed home. That's when he finally told her about what he'd seen. They seriously considered moving, but houses around here are expensive, and Dad had just started his new job. Plus, after that night, nothing happened for years. No more sightings, no strange noises, nothing. They convinced themselves it was over, whatever it was. I grew up not knowing any of this. They never mentioned it. I had a normal childhood in what I thought was a normal house, until last Christmas. It started with the tree. We always get this massive real pine and spend ages decorating it. Last Christmas Eve, we'd finished putting everything up. The lights, the ornaments, my sister's homemade decorations from primary school, the star on top. We went to bed, and when we came down in the morning, 6 or 7 ornaments had fallen off and were scattered across the floor. We didn't think much of it. Maybe the cat knocked them off, though she's usually not bothered with the tree. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Soon it wasn't just ornaments falling. The whole tree would be toppled over. We'd come downstairs and find it lying on its side, water from the stand soaking into the carpet, ornaments everywhere. Dad checked if it was balanced properly, secured it to the wall with fishing line, but it kept happening. One morning I came down and found every single ornament that had any red on it had been taken off the tree and placed in a circle on the floor. Every single one. The cat definitely couldn't have done that. Then things got weirder. The attic hatch, which is really heavy and has this stiff pull-down ladder, flew open while we were eating dinner. Not just unlatched, but flew open, like someone had pushed it with force. We all jumped. Dad went up to check, but found nothing unusual. But the worst thing, the thing that's been giving me nightmares, is the upside-down objects. It started with a photograph of Mum and my stepdad, Paul. My real dad moved out 4 years ago. One morning, the frame was turned completely upside down on the mantelpiece. At first, we thought someone had knocked it over and put it back wrong, but nobody admitted to touching it. Then it was Emma's vinyl records. She collects these old albums, and one morning, every single love song album in her collection was flipped upside down in their sleeves. Adele, Ed Sheeran, all the soppy ones. But her rock albums were untouched. The most disturbing one happened in my room. I have this framed poem on my wall that my girlfriend Charlotte wrote for me on our 6-month anniversary. It's nothing fancy, just a handwritten poem about love and stuff that she did in calligraphy. I woke up one morning and it was hanging upside down. The nail was still in the same place, which means someone, or something, had to have taken it off the wall, turned it around and hung it back up. That's when I finally asked my parents if anything weird had ever happened in the house before. They looked at each other with this expression I'd never seen, and then they told me everything about the old man, about their experiences when I was a baby. After they told me, I started noticing a pattern. Everything that was being turned upside down had to do with love or relationships. The photo of Mum and Paul, Emma's love song albums, Charlotte's poem to me. I started doing research about the house. It wasn't easy. The local library doesn't have much, and most of the records are incomplete. But I found out that in the late 1800s, the house belonged to a man named Edward Thornfield. He was some kind of merchant who traveled a lot. He had a wife, much younger than him, who supposedly ran off with his business partner while he was away on a trip to India. When he came back and found her gone, he apparently lost his mind. The records don't say much after that, just that he died in the house under unfortunate circumstances in 1893. I haven't told my parents about what I found. I'm not sure if it would make things better or worse. Last week I was alone in the house doing homework in my room. Everyone was out, Mum and Paul at a dinner party, Emma at a friend's. I heard footsteps in the hallway, heavy, slow footsteps. I called out thinking maybe someone had come home early, but no one answered. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I sat there, frozen, staring at the handle, waiting for it to turn. It didn't. Instead, there was this sound like someone dragging their fingernails down the wood, slow, deliberate scratches, then silence. When I finally got the courage to open the door, there was nobody there. But on the wall opposite my room hangs a family photo from last summer, all of us at the beach, smiling. It was upside down. I've started having dreams about the old man. In them, he's always sitting in a chair in my room, watching me sleep. Sometimes he gets up and leans over me, just like Mum described. I wake up sweating, feeling like someone's just left the room. Last night was the worst. I dreamt the old man was standing at the foot of my bed, but this time he spoke. His voice was like gravel being crushed. He said, "They all leave in the end." When I woke up, my phone was on the floor, screen up, open to text messages between Charlotte and me. The last one from her said she couldn't wait to see me tomorrow. It was turned upside down. I think I understand now what the ghost is trying to say. Edward Thornfield was betrayed by the woman he loved. Now he's warning us, or maybe threatening us, about our own relationships. It's like he wants us to feel the pain he felt. The activity seems to be increasing. Last night I heard my sister scream from her room. When we ran in, all her pictures with her boyfriend were scattered on the floor, every single one torn exactly down the middle, separating the two of them. Mum wants to bring in a medium or something, but Dad thinks that would make it worse. Paul says we should move, but we can't afford to. I'm stuck here with this thing that seems to be obsessed with ruining love. I haven't told Charlotte what's happening. I'm afraid if I do, she'll think I'm crazy, or worse, that the ghost will somehow target her next. But I'm also scared about what might happen if I ignore these warnings, if that's what they are. Last night I could have sworn I felt someone sit on the edge of my bed. The mattress dipped, and there was this cold spot that spread across my legs. I kept my eyes shut tight. I don't know what I'll do if I open them one night and see him there, that ancient face with those hollow eyes, leaning over me like he did with Mum. I don't know what he wants from us. I don't know if he's warning us or threatening us. All I know is that as I'm writing this, I can hear footsteps moving slowly across the attic above me, back and forth, like someone pacing in anger or grief. And the photo of Charlotte and me that I keep by my bed, I just noticed it's been turned face down. Story 20. I still can't believe what happened to us that night at Gravity Hill. This was back in late October of 2014, right before Halloween, when I was 21. I've replayed it in my head so many times, trying to convince myself there's some logical explanation, but I know what I saw, what we all saw. It was a Friday night, and my friends and I were bored out of our minds. There's not much to do in our part of New Jersey, especially when you're too broke for the city and too old for the mall. My buddy Mike suggested we check out Gravity Hill, this weird spot across the Delaware River from New Hope, Pennsylvania. I'd heard about it before. Supposedly, if you put your car in neutral at a certain spot, it rolls uphill instead of down. People say it's because of ghosts from some horrible train car accident pushing the vehicles. I thought it was bullshit, obviously. Just an optical illusion where the road looks like it's going uphill but it's actually sloping down. But it seemed like a fun way to kill a few hours, especially since Dante had never been there, and the girls, Amber, Jess, and Kayla, were down for anything spooky with Halloween coming up. We took 2 cars because there were 6 of us. I drove my old Honda Civic with Mike and Dante, while the girls followed in Amber's Toyota. It was around 11 at night when we got there, and the place was completely deserted. That's not unusual. Gravity Hill isn't some official tourist attraction. It's just this unremarkable stretch of back road surrounded by empty fields and farmland. The only light came from our headlights and the half moon overhead. The spot itself is pretty underwhelming, just a section of road that looks totally normal. But when I stopped at the marker, some locals painted a line across the asphalt. Put the car in neutral and took my foot off the brake. The car actually started rolling, and it really does feel like you're going uphill. The girls behind us were freaking out. I could see them pointing and laughing in my rearview mirror. After we did the gravity thing a few times, we all got out to stretch our legs. It was cold, maybe 45 degrees, and dead quiet except for the wind rustling through the dry cornfields nearby. Mike started telling this dramatic version of the accident story. Something about a school bus full of kids getting hit by a train, and now their ghosts push cars uphill to prevent another tragedy. Total bullshit, but he's a good storyteller, and the girls were eating it up. That's when Dante, who's always been into weird paranormal stuff, suggested we try to communicate with whatever was supposedly out there. He started asking questions out loud into the darkness like, "Are you here with us? And can you give us a sign?" Nothing happened, obviously, but it creeped everyone out enough that after about 20 minutes, we decided to head back. Here's where things get fucked up. Instead of going back the way we came, I decided to take this back road that loops around to the highway. It's longer, but more scenic, and I figured why not make a little adventure out of it. The girl's car was in front of us now, with Amber driving. This road was narrow, completely unlit, with nothing but fields and occasional farmhouses on either side. We'd been driving for maybe 10 minutes when my radar detector suddenly went crazy. This made no sense. We were in the middle of nowhere, no cops for miles. I remember joking to Mike, "What, are the ghost cops pulling us over now?" That's when I heard screaming from the girl's car ahead of us. At first I thought they were just messing around, But then their car swerved sharply, and I could see Amber white-knuckling the steering wheel through her back window. As we rounded a bend, I noticed this old abandoned farmhouse set back from the road. Nothing special about it, just a dilapidated 2-story place with peeling paint and boarded-up windows. But in the field beside it, I spotted what I initially thought was a scarecrow, just this dark figure standing completely still about 30 yards from the road, except scarecrows don't move. As we drove past, this thing turned toward us, and then it just fucking glided across the field toward the road. Not walking, not running. Gliding, like it was floating just above the ground. My headlights caught it briefly, and I still can't properly describe what I saw. It was human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall and thin, with these unnaturally long arms that hung almost to the ground, and it was dark. Not like a person wearing dark clothes, but like a void, like it was absorbing the light around it. "What the fuck is that?" Mike shouted, pressing himself against the passenger door. I was already speeding up, trying to catch up with the girls. Then the radar detector went off again, louder this time, and the thing appeared right alongside my car, right outside my window, moving at 45 miles per hour without any visible effort, just keeping pace with us. I'll never forget how it turned its head, not a normal human movement, but this jerky, bird-like motion, and looked directly at me. I couldn't see a face. Just this deeper darkness where features should be. Then it stretched one of those impossibly long arms toward the back window, toward where Dante was sitting. Dante started screaming, "It's trying to get in! It's trying to get in!" He scrambled to the middle of the back seat, as far from the windows as possible. Mike was yelling at me to roll up the windows, which was stupid because they were already up. I hit the gas hard, pushing my piece of shit Honda as fast as it would go. The speedometer hit 70, 75, 80, and this thing was still right there, keeping pace. The radar detector was going absolutely insane by this point. I remember thinking, this is how people die in horror movies, losing control on a dark road. But I was more afraid of whatever was outside than I was of crashing. The girl's car was now far ahead, their taillights disappearing around curves in the road. For what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two, that thing stayed right with us. Then suddenly, it wasn't. It was just gone, like someone had flipped a switch. The radar detector went silent. None of us said anything for several minutes. I kept driving way too fast, afraid to slow down. Finally, Mike broke the silence. "Did you guys see that?" His voice was shaking. "See what?" I asked, part of me hoping he'd say he hadn't seen anything, that I was just hallucinating. "That fucking shadow thing," he said. It was right outside the car. Dante was still pressed into the middle of the back seat, breathing heavily. It was looking at me. It was reaching for me. "Did you see its fingers? They were like... He couldn't finish the sentence. We finally caught up with the girls at a small parking lot near the bridge, about 7 miles from Gravity Hill. They were standing outside their car, huddled together, looking terrified. As soon as we pulled in, they rushed over. "Did you see it?" Jess was practically hysterical. "Tell me you saw it too." That's when I realized we'd all experienced the same thing. Whatever it was, it hadn't just followed my car. It had been moving between both vehicles. Amber described seeing it first, hovering alongside their car before dropping back toward ours, then reappearing beside them again. Kayla was convinced it had actually touched their car at one point, saying she felt the whole vehicle shudder. We compared notes right there in that parking lot, all of us speaking too fast and interrupting each other. The details matched up too perfectly for it to be mass hysteria or some shared delusion. We'd all seen the same entity, the unnatural movement, the elongated limbs, the way it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The weirdest part was when Jess showed us her phone. Her battery had drained completely during those few minutes, going from 80% to 0, and when she eventually charged it again the next day, she found a series of random photos in her camera roll, all black frames with strange light distortions, taken during the exact time frame when that thing was following us. She hadn't taken them. Her phone had apparently been activating itself in her purse. We ended up staying in that parking lot for over an hour, too shaken to drive, trying to rationalize what we'd seen. Swamp gas, a weird reflection, some asshole with a drone pulling a prank, but we all knew better. I've been back to Gravity Hill since then, in broad daylight with different people, and nothing unusual happened. just the same old optical illusion of a car seemingly rolling uphill. I've researched the area extensively, looking for similar accounts or local legends that might explain what we saw. There are plenty of ghost stories about Gravity Hill, but nothing that matches our experience. Whatever we encountered that night, it wasn't a ghost in the traditional sense. It felt older, more malevolent, like something that had always been there, watching from the darkness, occasionally reaching out to touch the living world. It's been 9 years and I still get chills driving on dark country roads. I replaced my radar detector after that night. The old one never worked right again, and I've never returned to Gravity Hill after dark. None of us have. We don't talk about it much anymore, but occasionally one of us will bring it up when we're together, usually after a few drinks, and the conversation always dies quickly. Some experiences are better left in the past, but sometimes when I'm driving alone at night and catch a glimpse of something dark in my peripheral vision, I find myself checking the windows, making sure they're rolled up tight, as if that would make any difference if that thing decided to find us again. Story 21. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 2 years now, and it still makes my skin crawl thinking about it. I'm a wildlife trapper in Central Florida. Have been since I dropped out of community college at 20. Nothing fancy, just removing nuisance animals from properties, relocating gators, that kind of stuff. I'm 26 now, and until that night at Lakeside Youth Park, the scariest thing I'd encountered was a rabid raccoon that nearly took my finger off. It was August, probably the hottest August I can remember, the kind of heat where your clothes stick to you the second you step outside. I got a call from the manager at Lakeside Youth Park about some otters causing problems at their newly stocked fishing pond. They'd spent good money on those fish for the kids' summer program, and the otters were treating it like an all-you-can-eat buffet. My buddy Scott had just moved back to town after a few years up north, and he was looking to get into the trapping business too. I figured this would be a good learning experience for him, so I asked if he wanted to tag along. The plan was simple: stake out the pond in the evening when otters are most active, figure out their patterns, and set up some humane traps the next day. We arrived at the park around 7 that evening. The sun was still up but starting to sink, turning everything this deep orange color. The park was empty except for a maintenance guy locking up the equipment shed. Scott and I grabbed our gear, just some binoculars, a couple of flashlights, and a cooler with sandwiches and beers, and headed toward the pond. Lakeside is one of those parks that's beautiful during the day but gets real creepy after hours. It's surrounded by these massive oak trees draped in Spanish moss, and when the breeze picks up, those hanging tendrils sway like someone's running their fingers through them. There's a little wooden bridge that crosses over a narrow part of the pond, giving a good view of both sides, so we set up there. We'd been sitting on that bridge for maybe an hour, just bullshitting about old times, when I noticed someone walking on one of the trails that loops around the pond. At first, I didn't think much of it, probably just a jogger getting in a late run. But as I kept glancing over, something felt off. This person was wearing a dark hoodie pulled up over their head and long pants, which made zero sense in August in Florida. We were sitting there in shorts and t-shirts, still sweating our asses off even as the sun was going down. "Hey," I nudged Scott. "You see that person over there?" Scott was in the middle of telling me about his ex-girlfriend drama and barely looked up. What person? The figure was about 50 yards away, walking slowly along the path toward our bridge. Something about their movement wasn't right. It was too smooth, I guess, like they were gliding more than walking. "That guy in the hoodie," I said, feeling increasingly uneasy. "Who wears a hoodie in this heat?" Scott finally looked up, squinting into the dimming light. "I don't see anyone, man." That's when my heart dropped into my stomach, because the figure was definitely there, and they were getting closer. I could make out the dark blue hoodie, black pants, and this is where it gets fucked up. I couldn't see a face inside that hood, just darkness where a face should be. "Scott," my voice cracked a little. "There's someone walking straight toward us right now." Scott stood up, looking in the same direction. "I seriously don't see anyone, Travis. You feeling all right?" The figure was maybe 20 yards away now. I stood up too, my legs feeling weak. "How can you not see this? Right there on the path." That's when things got really weird, as the figure got closer, maybe 6 feet from the bridge. I watched as its legs just disappeared, like from the knees down, there was nothing. And then slowly, like a TV powering off, the rest of it started to fade away until there was nothing left. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because when I turned to Scott, his face went from confused to concerned real quick. "Dude, you're white as a sheet. What the hell just happened?" My mouth was dry and I had to swallow a couple times before I could speak. "You really didn't see that? Someone in a hoodie just walked up to the bridge and vanished, like literally disappeared right in front of me." Scott laughed nervously at first, thinking I was messing with him. But when he saw I wasn't joking, he grabbed his stuff and started walking, fast, toward the parking lot. "Nope, I'm out. I don't do ghost shit, Travis." I followed him, looking back over my shoulder every few steps. The park suddenly felt hostile, like we weren't welcome there after dark. We made it to my truck, and Scott was already in the passenger seat with the door locked before I even got my keys out. I didn't sleep for shit that night. I kept seeing that faceless hood, the way the figure just evaporated into nothing. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it was just my eyes playing tricks in the dim light, or maybe a weird reflection off the water. Almost. Scott called me around 10 the next morning, which surprised me because I figured he'd written me off as crazy. "You still think you saw something last night?" he asked. "I know what I saw," I said, "but I can't explain it." There was a pause on the line. "I talked to my cousin this morning. He used to work security at Lakeside. Said there've been weird stories about that place for years." That got my attention. "What kind of stories?" "Nothing specific. Just people seeing things, feeling watched. He thinks the place might be haunted or something." We decided to go back to the park that afternoon to talk to the manager about the otters. That was still a job I needed to do, but also to see if he knew anything about the history of the place. The park manager, Jerry, was this weathered old guy who'd probably seen it all. When we asked if he'd ever heard of anything strange happening at the park, especially near the pond, his expression changed. He glanced around like he was making sure no one else could hear us. "About 2 years ago," he said quietly, "there was a young man who worked at the vet's office down the road. Troubled kid, always wore hoodies no matter the weather, kept to himself. He took his own life. They found him by that bridge." The hairs on my arms stood straight up. Scott and I exchanged looks. "Did he wear a blue hoodie?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Jerry's eyes widened slightly. "Yeah, how'd you know that?" I couldn't answer him. My throat had closed up. That night, Scott and I went back to the park, but we brought our friend Colby with us. Safety in numbers, plus Colby had some decent camera equipment. If something was there, we wanted proof. We arrived around the same time as the night before, just as dusk was settling in. The park felt different now that we knew what to look for, or at least what I had seen. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustle in the trees made us jump. We set up near the bridge again, but not on it. Colby had his camera ready, and Scott was recording on his phone. I was scanning the paths, looking for any sign of the hooded figure. After about an hour of nothing, we decided to walk some of the trails. That's when I saw it. A shadow stepping out from between the trees about 30 yards ahead of us, but it wasn't the hooded figure from before. This was something else entirely. "Guys," I whispered, pointing. "Look." They both saw it this time. Standing there in the middle of the path was what looked like a solid black human figure. No features, no clothes, just a three-dimensional shadow, and where its eyes should have been, there were two glowing red points of light. "Holy shit," Colby breathed, raising his camera. "What the fuck is that?" The figure didn't move. It just stood there, those red eyes fixed on us. I felt like I was going to throw up, but some crazy part of me wanted to get closer to see if it was real. "I'm going to walk toward it," I said, my voice shaking. "Are you insane?" Scott grabbed my arm, but I pulled away and took a few steps forward. That's when the thing changed. It grew larger, at least 7 feet tall, and its face, God, its face turned white like a mask with this huge gaping black mouth, and then it started charging at us. We ran, all three of us, screaming like children, sprinting back toward the parking lot. I could hear it behind us, this weird shuffling sound that was too fast, too close. Scott looked back and then threw his phone at it, just hurled it behind him in panic. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The thing was right on our heels, but it had stopped moving. It was just standing there, maybe 10 yards away, and it was pulsing, like it was giving off waves of light or energy. The air around it seemed to bend and warp. We made it to my truck and piled in. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get them in the ignition. As we peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing, I realized I'd run right out of my flip-flops somewhere on the trail. None of us spoke on the drive home. What was there to say? We'd all seen it this time. Whatever it was. Scott's phone was gone. Colby's camera was somewhere back on that trail. He'd dropped it when we started running, and my flip-flops were probably still lying on that path. None of us had any intention of going back for them. It's been nearly 2 years since that night. I still work as a wildlife trapper, but I refuse to take jobs at Lakeside Youth Park. I've heard they've had trouble keeping maintenance staff. People quit after a few weeks, claiming they hear footsteps when no one's around or see someone in a blue hoodie from the corner of their eye. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know if it was the spirit of that troubled young man or something else entirely, something that was just using his image. What I do know is that there's something in that park that doesn't want to be forgotten, and it's willing to show itself to make sure of that. Sometimes I think about going back with better equipment, trying to document it properly. But then I remember those glowing red eyes, that gaping black mouth, and how it felt like the thing was looking straight through me, seeing parts of me I didn't even know existed. And I know I'll never set foot in Lakeside Youth Park again. Story 22. I still get a chill down my spine when I think about that house on the edge of nowhere. It's been almost 30 years, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever was in that place is still there, waiting. This is my first time telling the full story because, honestly, who would believe it? We moved to rural Victoria in 1992 when I was 11. My dad got a job at the factory in the nearest town, about 20 minutes away by car. The house we found was dirt cheap to rent. Now I understand why. It sat at the very end of a long dirt road, the last in a sparse line of properties that got more and more spread out the further you went. Behind us was nothing but fields, a set of railway tracks, maybe 200 meters away, and beyond that, the highway. You'd think with trains and highway traffic it would be noisy, but it wasn't. It was unnervingly quiet. The sounds from the highway seemed to get swallowed up by the fields, and the trains only passed a few times a day. The silence made everything else feel louder. There were 5 of us: Mum, Dad, my older brother Liam, who was 15, me, and my little sister Ellie, who was 8. Ellie and I shared the smallest bedroom at the back of the house. It had these old beaded curtains hanging in the doorway that the previous tenants had left behind. Mum said we could keep them because Ellie thought they were pretty. I grew to hate the sound they made. The strange things started happening about 2 weeks after we moved in. Small stuff at first, things not being where we left them, doors we'd closed being open in the morning. Dad blamed it on the house settling, or us kids being forgetful. But then we all started noticing the newspaper sounds. It was always in the living room, usually in the early evening when we'd all be in different parts of the house. The distinct sound of someone turning newspaper pages, that crisp, deliberate rustle that's unmistakable. The first few times, I thought it was Dad, but then one night, we were all eating dinner together and heard it clear as day from the empty living room. Dad went to check and found nothing. No newspapers were even out. They were all stacked neatly by the recycling bin in the kitchen. After that, we heard it at least 3 or 4 times a week. Then came the coughing. It was a man's cough, deep and sometimes wheezy like a smoker's. It would happen randomly, middle of the night, middle of the day, always from different parts of the house where nobody was. We'd go look, and there was never anyone there. My parents tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the pipes, maybe it was the wind, maybe it was coming from one of the distant neighbors. But we all knew it wasn't any of those things. It was too distinct, too human. I remember one Saturday morning, I was alone in the kitchen getting cereal. Everyone else was still in bed. I heard that cough right behind me, so close I could almost feel the breath on my neck. I dropped my bowl and ran straight to my parents' room. Dad searched the whole house and found nothing, but I refused to go back to the kitchen alone. The worst incident, though, was what happened to Mum. It was a Friday night in the middle of winter, freezing cold with this howling wind outside. Dad had taken us kids to town for a movie and dinner, but Mum stayed home because she wasn't feeling well. We got back around 10:30 at night. As soon as we walked in, I knew something was wrong. Mum was sitting at the kitchen table with all the lights on, wrapped in a blanket, clutching a cricket bat that Dad kept in the hall closet. Her face was ghost white. Dad sent us kids to our rooms, but I snuck back and listened from the hallway. Mum was speaking in this shaky whisper I'd never heard from her before. She told Dad she'd been alone in the kitchen around 8 o'clock, making herself some tea, when she heard a bang from the laundry room at the back of the house. At first, she thought something had fallen, but then it happened again, louder, then again, and again. Something was pounding on the laundry room door from the inside. The banging got faster and louder, like someone was using both fists, desperate to get out. She said it went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only 2 or 3 minutes. She was frozen in place, too terrified to move or even scream. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Complete silence. She waited for almost 10 minutes before finding the courage to grab the cricket bat and check the laundry room. The door was still closed. When she finally opened it, there was nothing. Just the washing machine, dryer, and cleaning supplies. No sign anyone or anything had been in there. She checked all the doors and windows in the house. Everything was locked from the inside, just as she'd left it when we went out. And here's the thing that really got to me. Our house had these ancient floorboards that creaked horribly whenever anyone walked on them. You couldn't sneak around that house if you tried. Mum swore she never heard any footsteps, just the banging. After that night, things escalated in our room, Ellie's and mine. The beaded curtains would rattle violently when there was no breeze and no one near them. Sometimes they'd move as if someone had just walked through them when both of us were already in bed. But the worst thing, the thing I still see when I close my eyes sometimes, was the shadow by the window. I first noticed it about a week after Mum's experience with the laundry room door. I woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. We had bunk beds, Ellie on the bottom, me on top. As I sat up, I saw it. A dark person-shaped shadow standing next to our window. Not moving, just standing there. I froze, afraid to breathe. I thought it might be Dad checking on us, but this was different. It was darker than the darkness around it, if that makes sense, like a hole in the room, and it was too tall to be Dad. I pulled my blanket up to my chin and eventually fell back asleep, convincing myself it was just my imagination. But the next night, I saw it again, and the night after that, always in the same spot, always completely still. I never woke Ellie. I didn't want to scare her. But one morning at breakfast, she asked Mum if someone had come into our room during the night. "I saw a tall man by the window," she said innocently, shoving a spoonful of cereal into her mouth. I dropped my toast. Mum and Dad exchanged looks, and Dad said he'd check for prowlers that night. He searched the property, checked the locks, even walked the perimeter of the house after dark. He found nothing. That night he slept on the floor in our room with a flashlight and the cricket bat. The shadow didn't appear, but it came back the next night and nearly every night after that. I started to develop a routine. I'd pretend to be asleep until I heard Ellie's breathing go deep and regular. Then I'd open my eyes just enough to see if it was there. Most nights it was. I discovered something strange. The shadow wasn't affected by light. One night the moon was especially bright, illuminating our room through the window. The shadow was still there, just as dark. Another time I worked up the courage to turn on my little reading light. The shadow remained unchanged while every other shadow in the room shifted. We had curtains on the window, and one desperate night I got up and closed them completely, thinking maybe it was something from outside casting a shadow. But when I climbed back into bed and looked again, the shadow was still there, now standing in front of the closed curtains. That's when I realized, whatever this thing was, it wasn't a shadow at all. It just looked like one. The strangest part was that I wasn't always afraid of it. Terrified at first, yes, but as the weeks went on, I started to feel like it wasn't there to hurt us. It never moved toward our beds, never made any threatening gestures. It just watched like a sentinel. I never told my parents about seeing it nearly every night. They were already stressed enough about the house, and Dad's job wasn't going well. Mum had started keeping a journal of all the strange occurrences, the newspaper sounds, the coughing, objects moving around. She thought documenting everything might help us figure out what was happening. One night in October, about 8 months after we'd moved in, something different happened. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of the beaded curtains rattling violently. The shadow was in its usual spot by the window, but this time there was another dark figure standing in our doorway, partially visible through the moving beads. My blood turned to ice. For some reason, this second presence felt different, wrong, threatening. I was too scared to move or call out. As I watched, frozen in terror, the shadow by the window seemed to turn slightly toward the doorway. It was the first time I'd ever seen it move. The beaded curtains abruptly stopped rattling. The figure in the doorway disappeared. The shadow by the window slowly returned to its original position, facing us again. The next morning, we discovered the front door standing wide open. Nothing was taken, and all of us swore we'd locked it before going to bed. Dad found strange, muddy footprints in the entryway that didn't match any of our shoes, too large for any of us. That day, my parents started looking for a new place to live. We moved out 3 weeks later, back to the suburbs where houses were close together and streetlights shone through the night. The strange things stopped as soon as we left that house. No more newspaper sounds, no more mysterious coughing, no more shadows by the window. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still get the feeling of being watched. What haunts me most isn't the fear I felt in that house. It's the question I've never been able to answer. That shadow in our room, standing guard night after night, was it trying to frighten us away? Or was it protecting us from something worse? I never figured out why it only appeared in our room, or what connection it had to the other strange occurrences in the house. I drive past that old place sometimes when I visit my parents, who still live in Victoria. It's been through several tenants over the years, none staying longer than a year. The last I heard, it's been empty for some time now. I wonder if the shadow is still there, standing by the window, waiting for someone new to watch over, or something new to keep out.